I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. Look at all the smiling faces out there, I think. Anyway, thank you for coming out today. We appreciate it. David Cordner, you'll do the prayer for us, please? Invocation, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, almost, we do need to start with a roll call.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Let us pray.
Come back.
Holy and loving God, as we step forward into the season of fall, we thank you for the beauty of this place that we're fortunate to call home, and we thank you for the blessings of our life together in this place we share. We pause now and hold before you the owners and employees of Wolf Lodge Inn. In these days and weeks to follow the fire that completely consumed that beloved place, we thank you for their safety. Please care for them and guide them in their next steps. Thank you for the firefighters of this region who responded so quickly. We ask your blessing on them and on all in public service. We thank you for people who are willing to serve in public office here, for our city council members and mayor. And we pray for your guidance and blessing of them. And along with them, we pray for our citizens and all who work to build a community that's good and wholesome for everyone, regardless of who they are or where they're from. For tonight's meeting and for meetings and other work throughout this year ahead, we ask for your guidance, wisdom, mercy, and love. Open our minds and hearts in kindness, curiosity, and concern for each other and for those not yet here, and for the lands and waters for which we are responsible stewards. Give us courage to speak and to listen, and creativity and clarity in making space for this to be a vibrant and healthy community. We pray this in the name of Christ, who lights the way for all. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, David. Mr. English, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I do need to get a roll call if we could. Joe?
I like to do a roll.
Wood,
Yes, here.
Cookin,
Yeah.
English,
Yes, here.
Evans,
Here.
Miller.
Here.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Amendments to the agenda. Any need tonight? Anyone?
Mr. Almost Mayor, I would like to move that we have item F needs to be flagged as an action item. And so I would move that we, I don't know, is that a motion or is that just?
It is a motion.
So we're all in favor?
The code, it'll be a roll call. Well, it can be all in favor, but the code requires that an emergency be declared, that the reason for the amendment state the good faith reason the agenda was not included in the original agenda, and no vote can occur unless an emergency is declared.
Thank you, Randy. Therefore, I would like to move to declare an emergency and to recategorize item F as an action item.
Second.
Well, moved and seconded. All those in discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Thanks for taking care of that.
Mr. Mayor, within literally minutes,
Gotcha.
if I could, I don't think I need a motion, I would just request of you to move the NIC zoning discussion to right after public comment. We have a number of people here tonight, and we have a very lengthy agenda.
Okay. I think everybody's supportive of that, so we don't need a vote on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's another
So
amendment.
Can you do a
yeah.
roll call for me on that?
Oh, wait,
Support?
I make a motion.
Oh, you made it. Sorry.
Motion and a second,
Boy.
Is there a second? Thank you.
and then you don't need a roll call.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to say that I did talk to Susie, and Susie wanted to talk about the budget, which I told her it would be really fast coming up. And so Susie, I'm going to, for you, I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you. Certainly.
So we're going to move NIC up, right?
I'm
And we'll
lost,
just
okay.
do all those,
Sure.
all the public comments.
After public
stuff.
comment.
Perfect, okay.
After G.
So we need a motion, we got a motion, we got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Moving on. All right, we're going to do public comments next. So folks,
Oh, we
there's
need-
three
actually,
different things
we're
over
gonna
there.
do
Do the
Almost
oath of
Mayor.
office.
Oh,
Need to
you're
be sworn
kidding.
in.
Sorry, Woody.
How many
I
times
know,
we?
I
you
have
don't
to
want
do
it to be
this.
about you, but tonight is a little bit about you. So come on down.
Sorry.
It's the pants.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Woody McEvers,
I, Woody McEvers,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Idaho,
Constitution and laws of the state of Idaho,
and the ordinances of the city of Coeur d'Alene,
and the ordinances of the city of Coeur d'Alene.
that I will faithfully discharge
I will try so hard, faithfully discharge
all of the duties
all of the duties
of the office of mayor
of the office of mayor,
according to the best of my ability,
the very best of my ability.
so help me God.
I truly, so help me God.
Congratulations. You are now official.
Good old one. Yeah, okay.
Both of them, please.
We have all this work to do, and here I am signing papers.
Already.
Okay, where was I? Oh,
See, that's just.
public comment. So there's a couple of different lists
Mr.
back
Mayor,
there.
you
There's a
are-
public comments list. There's also,
Mr.
you
Mayor,
have to put your list on for any of the,
Back up a second.
what are these called? We're coming up
Hearings.
to. Yeah. So there's different lists, and please print it so I can see it, because I'm not good at pronouncing words that are hard to read. Okay?
So, Mr. Mayor, we're moving on to item number F, which is the election of the council president. And I would like to move to elect Dan English as the council president.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Kiki?
I just have some things. Give me a second. We've been moving this agenda around a little bit here, so I need to try to make sure I'm focused on the right thing. So, our council president is a person who fills in for the council and runs the meeting when the mayor isn't there, and that's what we're talking about. And according to, I believe, the vacancy filling white paper we got from Randy, the council president can just be nominated by any one of the other council members and then affirmed by the rest of the council members. So that, we're right. But I have some questions I wondered if you would share with me, because we didn't have any kind of a process or public discussion about the mayor, but what we did is kind of, I believe, the motion was to, outside of selecting folks from outside of council, but within council, to select Woody because he was the most senior on the council. And we kind of went by that process, and that's what it was all about. He had been on planning and zoning the longest, had been on council the longest, and that was kind of the nomination basis. And so if that were true, and we were going to go ahead and do the same thing, the next most senior person would be Councilor Gookin. And I am only assuming that because Councilor Gookin has told me he doesn't want to have anything to do with being the mayor, that's why that's not occurring. And so, but then the next senior person would be Councilor Evans. So I'm just wondering if you can share what the process was here. If I know we had some discussion about, is there some horse trading going on, or what's happening here? So maybe you could just enlighten me a bit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's any rule about seniority being council president. I remember that for years when I would watch the council before I was elected, it was Ron Ettinger was council president, and he was obviously the senior guy, but then Mike Kennedy wanted it. And Mike Kennedy was not a senior person on council at that time, but it was like, okay, and this Ron told me this at the time. He said, well, Mike wants to do it. I'll let him do it. And at the time, it was the McEwen thing going on, and you remember Ron was on one side and Mike was on the other side, but Mike's side was the same side as the mayor, so Ron figured that would probably be better to have a council president who was more in line with what the mayor was thinking. But there's no rules. I mean, I'm just telling you my experience from being in there, and yeah, I wouldn't, I don't want to do it. You have to sign things and run meetings, but no, Dan has said that he wants the job and that he wants to do it, and I figured, okay, I don't want it, but I talked with him, so, and that was all I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
And he's wearing a tie,
Yeah.
so,
Okay.
For Woody's sake,
Keek?
I just was going to say, I appreciate that, and I think you're right. Edinger did pass the baton, and there's always been that kind of conversation here, and there isn't a steadfast rule. I just know that in the last month or so, there's just been a lot of, this transparency and who's supposed to do what, and then we have letters to the editor and all kinds of things like that made me kind of just take pause here a little bit and go, why are we doing this? And this is no disrespect to the person who's being nominated. It's the process of, why are we doing what we're doing? And I think there's been more than one person who's expressed interest in the mayoral position as well as council positions as well as the president of the council. So I'm kind of wanting to just lean towards consistency here and say I think that I like the old way that the council president was a senior person, and so I guess let Gookin defer to Evans and Evans defer to whoever if she opted out. But that's kind of where I'm sitting with the position on the nomination right now.
Comments, suggestions,
Well, Mr. Mayor?
discussion? Yes, sir.
Well, first of all of you are qualified. All of you do a great job. And it's very difficult to be in a position where you're kind of like a swing vote. It's because you all do a wonderful job. Councilman Gookin did chat with me just recently about maybe we need a policy.
yeah.
A policy that will firmly determine how we move forward in all these things so that we aren't dealing with, well, how was this decided and how was that decided and is everyone being treated respectfully? So I would like to do that someday, but for today, I'm happy to support Dan. He's expressed interest to me. He's done a wonderful job on this council. He also has a very long, long history of public service, serving in many different roles, and you guys are great too. Dan made the motion, I seconded it, I'm happy to support him.
James? Nope.
Well,
So,
if I can just conclude,
oh,
Mayor.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you for your explanations, and thank you for being able to have our open conversation about it, and we can agree and move on however it goes in a positive way, and I think that's always been an important trait of this body, so I
And
appreciate
are
it.
we bringing forward a policy that we can have that will codify like all this stuff, so when we go forward, we're not constantly asking the attorney and referring to vague statutes and stuff, and we can just say, hey, if this happens, we will do it this way, and we can all, fight over that
Until the legislature changes it.
until the legislature pulls the rug out from under us. But, yeah, I think that's just the best way to go forward.
Right.
So I agree with you. We need to be consistent. Thank you.
Mr. English?
sure, I guess I will say something. I appreciate the discussion and agree that any of us could do this and do a fine job. I do have an interest and, feel, I guess, some kinship with Woody, although not like I don't with other people too. It's an awkward thing, voting for yourself, which may be, a deciding vote, but I also, if I'm going to ask people to support me any other time or give money to a campaign or something, then you got to be willing to support yourself. And I'm honored to be, nominated for it. And like Woody, I will do my very best to fulfill those duties, and I don't have to take an oath, but anyway, so that's what I got to say. Okay.
All right. Any other discussion? That was fun. Oh, I learned some stuff. You guys, I never think about things, you know. I think I remember being involved in this, and it was the old timers sort of set the pace, and we just sort of, you know, tradition was what I remember. You guided, you know, Dixie Reed or Deanna would say, no, that's not how we do it. We've always done it this way, and here's why. And that made me feel closer, you know, historically kind of connected. But
Yeah.
I'm with you. All right, so we have a motion to elect Dan English, and all those in, was that a roll call, or is that all? How do you want it?
Just voice vote.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
One nay. All right. Oh, well, congratulations, Dan
Thanks.
English.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Get to wear the big hat.
Moving along.
I'm gonna try and get you something exciting to do while I'm not around, okay?
Well, are you going to make note that you'll be gone a little bit?
We'll see how it works out.
Okay.
All right. Next up, public comments. I've got everybody who wants to say something that has nothing to do with some of these public hearings. So I'm going to go down the list, and if you would like to come up, if you can stand at the podium there. Geppetto. Can't get your last name, Geppetto, sorry. Come on up. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Close.
Do I have to lean up like this?
Nope,
Like this works?
perfect.
Great. So, Mr. Mayor, congrats. I'm curious. You protected this guy who assaulted a 16-year-old at your restaurant, and if you're gonna protect pedophiles, why are you mayor? Like, are you gonna do that with the rest of the city? Dan Eddington, remember him? He worked at your restaurant for 2 years after he assaulted a 16-year-old there. Is that like the level of protection we can expect to receive from you?
Public comment is a time for comment. The council does not interact with the speaker.
Oh, cool. Pedophile protector. That is pedophile enabler. That is what you are, Mr. Mayor. I yield my time.
Pedophile enabler, guys. Bill Green.
Nice hat.
Bill Green,
Yep, he's coming there.
welcome, Bill.
Honorable brand new mayor and esteemed council. I'm trying to think if there's a protocol to this. Thanks for your time and interest. I came to speak about I think already, I don't know if it's approved or not, but it's the open container idea of alcohol during farmers market out on 5th Street, which I think is happening or is going to happen. So I just kind of comment on that. I was sort of surprised to see that, partly because some of you have extensive experience in professional law enforcement. Some of you have extensive experience in mental health profession. Some of you have extensive experience in community outreach, organizing, and volunteering. So I was just a little bit surprised that as a group you would support, I don't know if it's a group or not, but that you would support the idea of open container alcohol in the city streets. Now I know that in the past there was problems years and years ago in the park and other places, and that the ordinance came along to not allow that out in the open, and that there was a people's farmers market there for quite a long time, because my office was just a block away. And I'd walk down the street and see families and kids having a good time, and local marketeers who were artists and singers and poets and entrepreneurs selling their wares. It seemed like a very kind of congenial scene. A lot of kids were there, kind of a family thing. And so I was thinking, well, what changed that somehow now it's better to do it with alcohol? And so I thought, well, I don't know, I know something changed, so that the people that were there went to Riverstone, I think. And now there's this group there now that's asking apparently for this privilege or okayness to have open container alcohol. So I say, well, what's the difference? Why would they say no to the first group or not have it be allowed, not have it even be an issue, and all of a sudden the second group it is? So I thought, well, in my other life, I did a whole lot of DUI evaluations. And people would come to me, the courts would send them to me, and I'd say, okay, is there some problem here? Is there something we can do to help you? So that
1 minute remaining.
so the main thing was not to ever do it again. And so as alcohol changes thinking, perception, judgment, impulse control, all the things that go into causing trouble if it gets going too much. And I say, well, what kind of example is that for kids who see their grown-ups? Do they have to have this extra thing in order to have fun? I'd always ask people, what's attractive about it when they get in trouble? Well, it makes life sparkle, or it makes life more interesting. It's somehow or other I have more fun. And I'm thinking, well, why can't you give the example of having fun, like a lot of little kids have fun, without anything out on a dirt pile? Why can't the grown-ups have fun without having this extra thing that somehow changes their thinking? So I'm just thinking, I'm curious, I'm surprised. Why would Coeur d'Alene, this family-oriented town, want to give the example of saying, this is what you do in order to enhance your experience?
Time.
Okay. Thank you very much for
Thanks,
your time
Bill.
and attention.
Thank you, Bill. Emily Boyd. Welcome, Em.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Emily Boyd, Director for the Downtown Association. Just wanted to come give you an update about the progress over the last week about the open container at the farmers market. Based off your approval of last week and your pending direction on the resolution tonight, we are prepared to launch the open container pilot project tomorrow. We have security booked and fencing ready to go. My staff will be down there the full time watching how it works. We have a goal of maintaining the family-friendly environment. We have 2 entities that are eager to be able to serve their beverages. They're brewed in Coeur d'Alene and local, so they're excited to be able to showcase those, and we just thank you for the opportunity to pilot this and are open to feedback, and I look forward to reporting back to you guys on how it goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Asa Gray. Oh, welcome, Asa.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First off, congratulations, Mr. Mayor. I know you've heard that a lot the last couple weeks or last month, but I wanted to say that. My name is Asa Gray, and I'm a resident of Coeur d'Alene. And I know you have many important topics that you'll be talking about tonight, but I actually want to focus on something that's even a little further out from that, which is our November election. I'm actually here speaking in my work capacity. I'm the elections manager for Kootenai County, and I wanted to share with you as council members and also with my fellow constituents of Coeur d'Alene that the elections department will be holding early voting for almost 3 weeks before the presidential election. It'll start October 15th, which is a Tuesday because we are closed for Columbus Day. And then it will continue Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 through November 1st. And I will also be reaching out to your city clerk and other city clerks with some information regarding that, that if they choose to, they can share with you or with anyone else. We're really trying to promote the early voting this year to let people know how convenient it is, how reliable it is, how secure it is. It's in person at our office. Our office is the only location it is held. It's just like voting at your polling place, except ahead of time. And it really does save people not only time in line, because our lines are typically shorter than those on election day, but also it allows people who may be working a long day on election day, maybe out of town, may be unsure what their living situation is going to be, a chance to participate in the process ahead of time and know that they'll be able to have their voice heard. My wife and I have a 7-month-old baby at home, so I know that sometimes plans can go a little haywire throughout your day. And so, it's a really good chance for families, especially, to come down and participate in our process of governance, excuse me. So with that, is it okay if I leave a few flyers with your clerk? And then also I'll be sending that email out to your city clerk as well. So thank you.
Thanks for coming out, Asa. Appreciate that. Mike Gridley? Why do I know that name? Welcome, Mike.
Full shirt.
Thank you. I didn't know you were going to draw such a crowd. I just wanted to come and congratulate you. And after working with you for 20 years, we started together. And just to say, I don't know anybody that's more honest, more kind-hearted, cooks a better breakfast, although Sandy Bloom, as mayor, probably cooked a pretty good breakfast, and knows more about the history of Coeur d'Alene and cares about the history of Coeur d'Alene. And so I'm just as excited as a citizen to live in a city with a mayor like you, Woody. So good luck.
Thanks, Mike.
Nice.
Dang. Okay. Yeah, I think it's Sasa McDole. It's Tough Sam. How about, well, you live in City Reticence. I was way over my, sorry, you guys, I was a phonics guy, you know.
Susie Snedeker. And then Cecil Kelly.
Oh,
Oh, Susie's down here, this one.
Oh, that one.
Sorry, Suze. Go ahead, Suze.
That's Susie.
This
Are we
Susie.
all in agreement it's my name?
No,
looks
but
like
that's close enough. Why don't you go and I'll.
It looks like a seismograph. So
I don't want to be an interloper here.
No, you're worth it.
I hope this doesn't make a lot of noise. Congratulations, Woodman.
Thanks.
You've come a long way since P&Z
I was gonna say,
when we sat together. And to you too, Dan, thank you. After Randy said that you can't comment to people making public comments, or I view that as the council's muzzled regarding public comments. That's why nothing's ever been said to me for all these years. Maybe you ought to wait and speak at budget hearing where somebody can actually respond. Is that true? You're answering me?
Well, that would be up to council.
That would be a what?
Up to council if they want to engage the public in some kind of
If they want to reply
other
to
forum.
me, if they want to reply to me, is that correct? It's their option.
It's up to the mayor.
What do you say?
I'm listening.
Well, here we go. This is another annual preliminary financial hearing. I think it's my 23rd attempt to deal with this issue. This is pretty brief. As a citizen of this city, I expect not only transparency, but also your critical review of each and every financial transaction. Since 2019, I've repeatedly said these same words to you, and it remains true today. I go line by line by line by line, page by page by page. Takes me a while. Sometimes I have to go back and review. But this year, the narratives first appeared in the 2019-2020 budget. Frankly, I don't see any reason for them. Of course, the legal narrative could be considered entertaining, Randy. The planning narrative includes, the planning narrative includes Atlas participation, architectural review committee, and steering committee, and attends weekly project coordination meetings with Ignite and the consultant team. That's what they say in their narrative. I don't know what it costs the taxpayers for them to have weekly meetings with a developer.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, no, Jeff, it's too bad I still have oxygen.
We can fix that too.
Yeah, I know you
guy
Will you-
on his way out.
Mr. Mayor, will you please extend my time?
Yes, I'll give you another minute.
May I continue?
Yes.
Keep your hands off of it, John. Of interest to me, I don't understand why they're meeting with consultants every week. That's absurd. Having been in the land development business, that isn't part of the deal. And with a major land developer, I might add. Of interest to me regarding continuing efforts regarding downtown development standards and potentially bringing in a consultant, this is still under planning. Potentially bringing in a consultant team to assist with a view and vista study to address view corridors and parking evaluation for parking standards in the downtown and infill areas. Why are we bringing in a consultant to talk about views and vistas? Can't somebody get a grip with that by driving around? It seems to me to be pretty clear. And you know, actually, the train may have left the station. Please note, according to council minutes, John Bruning, as chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I, as a Planning and Zoning Commissioner and chair of the Design Review Committee, asked the mayor to hire a consultant to review Heights parking and zoning lighting. The council minutes were in 2007. At the same meeting, I also cited the need for affordable housing, and here we are, looking at another consultant dealing with another issue. Number two, I see that we're giving the downtown. I know, I keep going. We're giving the Downtown Association $63,000. It's because the clock isn't there anymore. We paid them $50,000 per year to maintain capital improvements, which were never maintained. The new contract says the city will now take the financial expense at what cost. The city is also paying them $5,250 a quarter for this. I know, I keep going. For this, and I'm getting through it. Which is just fill in the dots. Quarterly, $5,000. That's where your money's going. Not very good. Public art maintenance, we're still dealing with a lot of money and not a lot. Person Field, nothing for a couple of years. The parking was originally proposed a couple of years ago for $700,000. Now it's $500,000. The track is well used and needed work before the city actually adopted it. I'd like to see that done. That's really a well-used track, and it's just awful. Not that I run it, by the way. And yet you have upgrades for Johnson Mill River to the tune of $1,200,000. Surely you could find the funds to bring the track up to whatever track standards are appropriate. The city adopted a master plan for Person Field years ago, and it has bathrooms, nice bathrooms. It seems that newer areas are much more important than the older part of town. It seems to me that I've been addressing these issues for over 20 years, yeah. And I believe it's my responsibility as a citizen. I have learned that this really doesn't count for much, because thousands of dollars in requests not included in this preliminary plan will be granted after this is approved. After all these years, I would note that rarely members, except full house, my luck, that the public rarely attends these meetings and comment, but then there is barely a single response from anybody at council. And perhaps the public is all too aware that addressing the budget is simply a lesson in futility. Thanks for your time. Thank you for extending the time to me. Thank you, Jeff.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to respond to Susie.
Are you
just
really? Thank you, Christy.
briefly, because there's a lot, but I'll just briefly say.
I know, I just had to run through it.
I know. The parking consultant, some of these things are at the direction of council. It's not the planner taking that on themselves. And you've heard this guy talk about parking downtown forever.
Well,
So-
and I have too. I was there when they obliterated the parking regulation years ago.
The Atlas meetings, that when you say developer, you mean Ignite, I'm taking it. That was at the direction of council as well, to transfer all of that property to Ignite
Every
for
week?
development. Yeah,
There
there's
is
still
no
a lot
ti- they
going
have-
on. But anyway, I'm just saying it's not the direction of the planner, it's the direction of
Okay.
council administration. And then the, let's see, Person Field. I am going to chat with the Parks Director and ask him to take a look at the track, because you have consistently talked about Person Field. You've been a champion for Person
Yes.
Field every year. I will follow up on that.
Thank you, Christie, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ron would appreciate it also, even though that isn't on the part that he liked.
Thank you, Susie. Appreciate
you.
it. Appreciate all your time and effort into this. And some of it does stick, honest.
Do well, Woodman.
Thanks, girl. Did you come up with that name?
I have no idea what it is.
Guys, I have a name here we can't make out, so I'm gonna move around, and then when we're done, somebody's gonna go, wait, you forgot me. So, I'm sorry. Cecil Kelly. Cecil still here? Come on down, Cecil.
About NIC, is this the right time of meeting to do it?
No, it's coming up again.
Well, there's no public comment for it.
We'll take it, though. Cecil, get up. Tell us your story. You're good.
I'm Cecil Kelly III. I'm a retired Coeur d'Alene businessman, 20 years in the chamber, and I've lived, like I said, I've lived here for 80 years. I'm a man who's graduated from NIJC back in '64, a long time ago. My wife and I worked for years as informal volunteers for the carousel players at NIC for about 12 years. We love, and I love Art in the Green. I don't want to see it moved from NIC. I love it, NIC, but also as a businessman, I know it's a vital asset to our community. It brings thousands of people here. It's a show that we are a city and not a little podunk community. I hate to see it lose to development. There's plenty of other land to develop on and keep that jewel in our community. And I have said what I need to say. Thank you kindly for putting up with me. And thank you. I'm glad to have you finally meet it. You're a much more mature man than when I first met you. You looked so young back then.
Oh, yes. Didn't we all, Cecil?
Me too.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on. Paige Kwan. Paige. Wow.
Is there an address?
Okay, so is anybody out there that signed up and I missed you? Because I can't say your words. Oh, is this Paige? Hi, Paige, sorry.
Hi, so I don't know if my particular issue is best heard by all of you, but this is where I'm going to start. So my name is Paige Kwan. I am married. My husband's name is Corey. He works for one of the larger construction companies in Coeur d'Alene. We have called Coeur d'Alene home for about 20 years now, and we recently moved to a new neighborhood near Canfield Mountain. It's a great neighborhood. We love living there so much. Our house fits our family's needs so much. I'm 1 week past my due date. So, and that'll be our 4th. We're really excited. One of the issues that is popping up in our neighborhood is really excessive speeding right by our house. And I regularly see people doing 40 plus, like every day. It's really dangerous. It's really concerning. We have a 12-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 6-year-old, and there's multiple families that our kids play with regularly every single day. So it's just, we talk to our kids about traffic safety. The kids respect the roads, they respect the drivers, they look both ways when they're crossing the street. But I think yesterday I saw somebody doing 40 miles per hour looking at their phone. I've called the police probably 15 times. They've sent a patrol officer out, I think once. I saw him pull over someone once. I've called the city. They put out one of those, the radar detector, but it was only there for a week. There's construction all up and down our road, which is Thomas. It's one street south of Shattuck. And so my husband was saying, since he's in construction, how hard would it be to put in a change order for the city and update the curbs to have those bottleneck bump outs at the intersections? Because we're going to they're doing construction all the way up Thomas. And all their equipment is out there. There's big tubes. I think they're maybe laying new tubes underneath the streets. So it just seems like a really great time to implement some just traffic calming measures. It's a really wide street. It's very long. It actually starts to decline right by our house, which just encourages people to just floor it. I think we put out some signs asking people to go 25. I've been out there with a radar gun that I ordered on Amazon. They tend to slow down when they see me, but I'm still clocking people at 33. So when I'm not out there, that's about average is 33 when I'm standing out there by our signs. We've got 2 of those like slow guy signs. Someone has been vandalizing them intentionally, like one doesn't have its head.
30 seconds.
We can't keep buying these signs. It's getting expensive. And it's very time consuming for me to sit out by the street and verbally tell people like 25 and slow down. And, it's kids. It's a kid-friendly neighborhood. It's not a through street. People can't get to a supermarket. I think they live up on the hill. They've got their nice gated communities, and they're blowing through. Sometimes 60, 70. Not during the day have I ever seen that, but we have started to see someone doing 60, 70 miles per hour between the times of like 7 and 9 p.m. So that's happened the last 3 nights.
Paige, could you meet with the city administrator, leave your number, and
Yeah.
we'll work on that, okay?
Yeah,
With the
thank you.
chief
Yeah,
here,
and
are you-
if there's anything else, anybody else I can reach out to, calls to make, I'm more than happy
Yeah,
to do that.
he's the boss, and I think we can maybe address some of those issues. Sounds like you've worked hard at it,
Thank
We're
you.
sorry about that. You're getting a new
Try-
water line up there, too.
Yeah, I'm
right?
trying not to make enemies with my neighbors, but it's pretty dangerous right now.
Protect your kids.
Yeah. Thank you. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
All right, that sort of finishes up except for that one name we can't pronounce. Anybody? Somebody's moving back there.
No, we have a hearing.
That's John. Hang on.
yeah,
Trying to
that's a
get through the list here. So nobody didn't get called that put their name on this public comment list? Okay. We're going to close public comment. Thank you all for all the things we learned about tonight. We'll work on some of those. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, you agreed NIC would be next?
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
So we're going to pull the NIC resolution, or the public hearing.
This item,
Let's see, page 5.
item K2.
Yeah, Hillary, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'll be presenting the University District item. It's 2 action items, so I'll walk you through that. The applicant is City of Coeur d'Alene. This is a city council initiated zone change, and the location is in and near the North Idaho College campus. The request is to create a new zoning district that would be called University District, and also to rezone specified properties. So this is a location map, and this reflects what was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their August 13th hearing. So I'll show you on the next slide. This is the original request that was a little bit straighter lines, followed Hubbard Avenue and River here, and included all the properties along North Military Drive that are both owned by NIC as well as privately owned. And then there's 2 properties along Hubbard Avenue that were included in the original request. And this is, as it noted, what was recommended by Planning and Zoning Commission. And so that excludes all the properties along North Military Drive. And there was concern with the privately owned properties. That's why that was excluded, as well as these 2 properties along Hubbard Avenue. So the decision point this evening is, should City Council adopt Article 17 of Chapter 1705 of the Municipal Code, creating a new zoning district called University District for land located in and near the North Idaho College campus, and rezone specified properties. So just wanted to clarify, for public hearing notices, this is specific to the City Council hearing. So this will be the 2nd public hearing for this item. So for this hearing this evening, 120 notices were mailed out. And so that includes the 5 that went to the North Idaho College trustees. And so those were all sent by mail. And then we provided notice to all of the political subdivisions, all of the entities that would normally receive that, school districts, pipeline companies, et cetera. There were also 2 publications in the press, And then we posted on the property at the 4 locations that were on the perimeter of the boundaries of the zoning district that are most visible for vehicles. A little bit of background. So the purpose for this is really to support and enhance the educational environment of public institutions of higher education. And as noted, this was a request by City Council. There has been a lot of concern over the last few years about North Idaho College and the potential loss of accreditation. And with the existing zoning that is in place, and I'll show you the map, there's a concern that the property, particularly zoned R17, which is residential at 17 units per acre, could be sold and developed for higher-end residential development, and that could result in a loss of this great community asset. So this zoning district is really intended to protect what exists now, the vision for the future of North Idaho College and the partner institutions, as well as the current uses, to preserve those and make sure that the zoning district reflects that. And it also would help facilitate planned expansion, promote collaboration between those entities, and it's consistent with their existing master plans. I'll talk to you about those, as well as their planned unit development that exists. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did hold a public hearing on August 13th, and they had recommended unanimously that this should move forward. They were very supportive of this new zoning district, and their only concern was how it might impact the privately owned property owners. So they specifically requested to exclude that. I'll share with you this evening, there's another potential option with that that could address that concern as well. So their role is outlined in both our municipal code as well as state statutes. So the Planning and Zoning Commission really is an entity that makes a recommendation to City Council. They help recommend new changes to the zoning code as well as take action upon a City Council initiated one. So they need to hold a public hearing and make recommendation. They have to consider existing zoning districts and compliance with the comprehensive plan, and then make findings as such. So as noted, there's 2 actions this evening. So you are looking to create a brand new zoning district and rezone properties. But I do want to note there's an existing planned unit development in place. And this is something that NIC brought forward in 2011 to the city. It was approved at that time, so this was not something the city created. This is not something that we're proposing now. It exists and it would remain in place. The new zoning, and I'll show you on some exhibits, would basically be compatible with that. So the PUD would be in conjunction with the new zoning district. So I'm going to just walk you through a couple of zoning maps and show you kind of our cheat sheet handouts that we have, so you can see the allowed uses, the principal uses, and some of the accessory and special use permit uses. So the first one is the R17, and so that is here. That's the majority of the campus, and that's where I was saying there's a little bit more of a concern about what could happen on that property. That does not have the PUD. The PUD exists here with these crosshatch marks, and then this is the C17L, which is commercial light. So this is R17. Here is one of our handouts. So all of the zoning districts that the city has, we have these handouts that are very useful for staff and for the public to kind of look at kind of an overview of this. What are the principal uses that are allowed, accessory uses, special use permit. And this is where the concern has been raised that this has multifamily housing, which could be condominiums, it could be townhouses, it could be apartments, it could be a variety of things. It also allows single-family, duplex, multifamily could be twin homes, it could be triplex, fourplex, any of those variety of things, which is great on its own, but if that's taking away from the campus, that's kind of a concern. It does speak to community education is allowed, but it doesn't speak to some other things like restaurant, like Emery's. It doesn't speak to some of the other uses that take place on the campus currently. The C17L and the C17 PUD are shown on this exhibit. So this is C17L, and this is a C17 with the PUD overlay. Here are the same handouts. You can see that we have this for all these zoning districts. This goes kind of to the next level. So C17L is a lighter, more limited version of our full-blown commercials district. C17 is what underlies that PUD. So these are the uses that are allowed. I won't speak to those specifically, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to come back to that. I do want to mention, though, that in both of these, the multifamily is allowed in these as well. And so the same densities, the condominiums, 45 foot is the height for that, and you can get to 63 feet with a R34 special use permit for either of these zoning districts. So as noted, NIC came to the city in 2011, and they wanted to have their own planned unit development to clarify the uses. They did this in conjunction with a zoning request to become C17. We didn't have a university district at that time. That made the most sense for them to allow for the uses that they foresaw on the campus, and this is on the northern part of the campus. This followed a master plan that was done. The city had worked with LCDC, which is now Ignite CDA. We worked closely with consultant team led by MIG, and they worked with North Idaho College and the other higher education institutes and Fort Grounds Neighborhood Association to develop a master plan for the area. So that was prepared and done. That had some recommendations in that recommended that there should be new zoning and something like a PUD to basically lock in the uses as civic to protect kind of the interests of the community and NIC and the other institutes, as well as help them kind of purchase the property for those uses. So that exists now. These are just some images. There's the midterm phase, 5 to 15 years, and then here's kind of the build out. This is in the PUD document. So this is kind of what was planned for expansion, including a variety of different academic structures, the professional, technical, and some sports fields. And then this is from the master plan that exists now. So there's 2 master plans and then the PUD. So the most recent master plan is the facilities master plan. So this was prepared in 2018 and goes through 2028. And this kind of shows the whole picture of what are the uses on the campus. And this is very consistent with what's in the university district. We wrote the university district following council's request to proceed with that, to kind of look at what are the existing and what are the desired uses on the campus. So it's consistent. So that we're basically making it clear to everybody what would be allowed. And so here is, again, the P&Z recommendation with the university district zoning in the blue, and then the PUD is outlined here with the crosshatches. And here's the original proposal that includes all the properties on Military Drive as well as the 2 on Hubbard. Just to clarify, so there are 8 properties on North Military Drive that are privately owned, and then there are the 2 on West Hubbard, so there were 10 properties, so I wanted to show you those locations. And then here is an exhibit that shows the properties owned by NIC. Those are in red. And so the ones that are in white with the numbering here, these are the privately owned properties.
Hillary, could I ask you a quick, go back to that map? So those individual properties, the 735, 33, it's still C17, is that correct?
These are actually C17L, so it's a little, let me skip that.
How tall is that, 63-footer?
So actually in the commercial zoning, if it's more than 51% commercial use, there's no limit. So you can be as tall as you want, and that's true in the C17L and the C17. If you have a residential component, that locks it in at the 45 feet, and then you can get 63 feet tall for a residential if you request the R34, the zoning density increase. But yes, it maxes out. I guess there's no max, I should say, for the residential. So here's the coloring here, kind of this lighter mauve color. These are the C17L properties, and then the C17 underlies this. Now the PUD does note that the uses are intended to be civic in nature, so that does help kind of protect it a little bit more.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So I'll just walk you through. So what you have in front of you and what's in the packet is a copy of the ordinance. And so the ordinance really kind of walks you through, it's just like how it would be if it gets into our zoning code. So it shows you what are all the uses that are allowed. So it kind of walks through, it has your, what's the purpose of it, what are the boundaries, and then it talks about the performance standards and the permitted uses. So it goes through the principal uses, and then it goes through accessory uses and uses that are allowed by special use permit. And that requires a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so, again, what we did is we went through to figure out what exists now, what is likely to be on a campus such as this one in the future, give a little bit of flexibility, but really lock it in that these are intended to be supporting public higher education. So we were very deliberate and intentional with the uses that would be permitted outright, and then the ones that would be permitted accessory would be allowed in conjunction with the principal uses, and then the ones that would only be, allowed with special use permit, again, special use permit requires a public hearing with that. And then we also note the prohibited items in here, that they would be restricted industrial and commercial uses not directly associated with educational facilities, and then residential development that would not be intended for students or faculty, as well as privately owned residential condominiums, townhouses, and other non-educational residential development would be restricted. And then there's a list of other things that, so the planning director, so if someone came in and NIC had a very outlandish proposal, they wanted to do something where they're doing nuclear fusion testing or something, we're like, well, that might be a little bit more than a, you know, an educational thing. Maybe they're testing it, but we're not sure.
You
Let's
need a
talk
permit
through
for that?
Right? So maybe we would just, you know, that might be something we're like, I'm not sure, but we're not gonna say every use that they come forward with is restricted, so. And again, the PUD would be in play, so that wouldn't change. I just noted the prohibited uses, and then the development height, so based on what's already allowed in the area and what NIC has, we thought that the 45 feet, but we also say or as prescribed in the PUD, so it sounds like there are some buildings that they anticipated might be 56 feet or something, or a parking structure might need to be. So if the PUD already prescribed it, they'd be able to go taller, and there's also a variance provision, again, a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Setbacks, we built in, we looked at what are our other zoning districts. We wanted to make sure it was compatible with the surrounding residential uses. So we built that in, and then the parking, we allowed for campus-style parking, which is how it is currently, and it's also in the PUD. We also had the variances to partially waive off-street parking and other lot coverage requirements. Really just kind of looking at the flexibility of the campus. So just wanted to walk you through the comprehensive plan. This is one of the things that the Planning and Zoning Commission made a recommendation on, and you'll have to make this in your findings as well. Our comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2022 has a huge focus on higher education and NIC campus and specifically. So there's different sections. This part 2 of the comprehensive plan speaks to higher education and the institutions that are there currently. There are 2 place types, and this is where I wanted to clarify because a few comment letters have come in, and there was an online article saying that we should do zoning as civic. We don't have a civic zoning in the city of Coeur d'Alene. This is just a place type, it's a land use, and it's an activity group, but it's not the zoning district. So this is really just saying this is a designation of buildings that are public buildings. This is campuses, this is public parks, schools, churches, things like that, but we don't have them zoned as civic. So they exist in R17, they exist in C17, they exist in downtown core. They're in all of our zoning districts. So I just wanted to clarify that. But this is, the civic is, campus has civic designation, and then also the PUD, recognizing the existing planned unit development. There are 2 special areas in our comprehensive plan specifically for this campus, so speaking to the Education Corridor Master Plan that's adopted by reference, and then the PUD document, also approved. And then there are a variety of goals and objectives that really support this, that not only staff, but the Planning and Zoning Commission had indicated. So I'll just kind of leave these on the screen, and I'll just mention a few of them. So really the educational learning goals are very supportive of that. The educational environment, providing open access to resources for all people, and then support educators in developing and maintaining high standards to attract, recruit, and retain enthusiastic, talented, and caring teachers and staff. Of course, the first one's really important, providing abundant opportunities for lifelong learning. This one is also under educational learning to support partnerships and collaborations focused on quality education and enhanced funding, and it has a couple of objectives here. The second one is specifically for local higher education institutions. There's even an action item in our comprehensive plan speaking specifically to supporting on and off campus student and faculty and employee housing. And then under community identity, this is having citizens that are well informed, responsive, and involved. So great that we have so many people that have been interested about this and that are here this evening. Environment and recreation, the location of NIC is bar none. It's fantastic and very important in preserving kind of the access to the visual and the physical access to the lake and the environment. And growth and development, mix of land uses throughout the city, balancing housing and employment. And so that really does also support the NIC campus and this creation of this new district, as well as the increasing the physical and visual access to the lakes and rivers. Some other ones that the Planning and Zoning Commission wanted to include were the access to the high quality infrastructure to accommodate community needs, and then the city and technology services. And then, of course, the campus is where Fort Sherman was, so some of our oldest structures and sites in the city, as well as for importance to the Coeur d'Alene tribe, are on the campus. So want to protect and encourage protection of that. Jobs and economy, retaining, growing, and attracting businesses and enhancing the startup ecosystem. These, of course, are related, and then this one specifically speaks to NIC. So in the staff report, we basically, working with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and in their findings, they determined there were no significant financial impacts to the city, North Idaho College, or the partner institutions, because it really is allowing them to continue what they're doing and to fulfill the vision. And so there's no financial impact to that. They also made the finding that by excluding all of the privately owned properties, and there wouldn't be a concern that those properties might be legal non-conforming uses, which might make it so that if the home was destroyed or damaged, or if they had a concern with trying to sell it to someone else, that the use might not continue legally. And so that was that recommendation at the time. We have before you this evening, there's been a little bit further discussion, and wanted to offer up some different action alternatives for you. So the first would be that you would move forward with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission to exclude those properties. The second would be to do that and then add in all of the properties owned by NIC that are along North Military Drive. And the third one would be to include everything in the original boundaries, but specifically include language in the ordinance. So it'll be in our zoning code and in the adopted ordinance that it would that those properties would be included, but they would basically not be subject to any of the use or performance standards for the life of that, the structure, the life, whoever's owning that property, they can sell it, they can rebuild it, they can expand it. If it gets damaged, they can rebuild it, and then they're not feeling like it's not legal non-conforming, and they're not feeling like they can only sell to NIC. They could sell to anyone. So in such time it would be owned by NIC or another public higher education institution, then it would be bound by their performance standards. Or if that property owner came in and said, I want to zone it university district, then it would be subject to that. So that's a way around it so that the boundaries are more consistent, but those property owners are protected and there wouldn't be any issue with their property rights. So, decision point recommendation. So you have some options. City Council should make findings to adopt Article Chapter 1505 of the Municipal Code, creating the new zoning district and rezoning specified properties. So that's either as presented, or the next one would be to make amendments. You can make amendments to the text if you want to change the uses that are allowed, reword anything, if you want to make any other changes to the map, you can do that through that process. Or if you would like to reject the new article and not rezone the specified properties, those are your options this evening. I have these maps again if you wanted to take a quick look. So this is the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is with the original boundaries. And then these are the properties that are owned by NIC in red. So basically it would be kind of a combination of the two maps. So the new district would include all the properties in red, and then the ones that are in white would be excluded, as well as excluding, I think, the ones on Hubbard, on the west side of Hubbard, correct. So all 10 properties would be excluded under option 2. So with that, I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Everybody jump on that?
I'll jump on it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to ask you some general questions. We have the authority to rezone property, even though this was not something that was requested by NIC.
That is correct.
So, and that's a statutory thing that we have. We are not changing the use of the property?
Correct.
The potential future use, though?
Correct.
It can always be, we're basically adding a restriction on it that it can only be used for public education.
And
I
supporting
understand.
use is correct. So just as long as
Supporting
it's
uses.
consistent with what's in the ordinance. So there might be an opportunity where NIC wants to partner with another entity to provide something that's consistent with this, right? So it's for higher education. So for example, if a sports facility, if maybe they couldn't fund the whole thing and they found someone to come in and help sponsor it, but that's related to campus sports. It's not for the general public. It's higher education.
And that's the same that they could do now?
it's exactly the same as they can do
So
now.
are we restricting anything that they can do as a higher education institution through our action tonight?
No, I think we tried to think through every possible use and still allow some flexibility.
Okay.
But lock it in so it's not just going to be sold off for development and a loss for the community.
But some of the questions I've been getting were like, they were pointing out some of the things that could be done on the property, given what we're changing tonight. But I don't see anything that they could do potentially that they can't do now anyway. So one of the things that was mentioned to me was a convenience store.
Right.
So they could, as long as that's an educational, like for the students or something,
Right.
they can do that.
That's correct. So a lot of the uses right now aren't truly community education, right? But they're in the student union building. So you have the little restaurants in there. You might have a little copy shop. You might, there's different things that, well, it's supporting it, but this actually helps clarify more specifically what is allowed that is associated with the higher education use.
Okay, and this is not a taking.
Correct.
We're not taking because we're not restricting what they can do on their property and telling them they can't do something. They can still do the same stuff.
That is correct.
Okay, and this is not eminent domain. We are not taking over the property for a public purpose.
Right.
And as a public institution, so there's not anything that would be, so if we did this to someone's private property, that would be completely different. Even though we theoretically could do it, it would be different because then we are doing something without their permission. And because we're not really changing a use here, we're not taking away anything from NIC. We're not controlling NIC. We're not dictating to NIC.
I'll have Randy weigh in, but you are entitled to rezone someone's property as well. So, I mean, if, for
Not that we would do
example,
that.
when the downtown core used to be the C34, so it used to be commercial with 34 units per acre, it was rezoned to downtown core. So you're allowed to do that. You didn't go and ask every single property in the downtown if they're supportive of it. You
And I
have the
believe-
same process, you notify, you have the public hearings, but you didn't take away their rights. You just clarified what was allowed and maybe gave them some additional uses that were.
And I believe about 40 years ago, the entire state was rezoned. So it's something that the government has the authority to do. So, no, that's good to know. It's good to hear because those were some of the concerns, and we'll probably hear more concerns coming on. But I just wanted to clarify that that's what we're doing. This was initiated by us, and because people were coming to us and saying, what can the city do to help the college?
Right.
And we looked through our entire tool chest, and this is what we came up with. We can make sure that that property will always be used for public higher education. No matter what screwy things go on over there, it'll always be public education. And I was the one who suggested that we add all the properties owned by NIC on North Military just to make sure there was no intention or desire by anyone to sell those off at a profit. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor. Well, first, Hillary, I want to compliment you and your staff for the work you did on this. We did ask you to start on this project, and it's a lengthy project, even though you make it sound easy. We know it took quite a bit of effort. One of the things that some of the direction you got, feedback you got was, no, we don't want to hinder our higher education partners. We want them to everything they should be doing, at least when I was on that board and you're with a working board, everything that you should be doing is focusing on student opportunity, student achievement. And so you can't even imagine today the kind of programs that students will need in the future. And so we didn't want to hinder them from the ability to create new programs or a facility they might need for that program. Things that we talked about that aren't even very controversial, but when we did our strategic planning when I was on the board, it was maybe we want a really small marina with one boat launch because we want to have an outdoor marine program. With all the lakes and rivers around here, we need boat mechanics, we need, all the outdoor toys we need mechanics for. And so we talked about that. We talked about a little restaurant. The Emery's isn't very big, but something that our students could get that actual skill from with programming and go work for Woody because he's an excellent employer. And those were just minor things. But then also the Robin Hood campground, the old Robin Hood, if anybody remembers that, that was maybe eyeballed for student housing, employee housing, faculty housing. That hasn't come to fruition, but some of the things that you talked about that are allowable, it's because they should have that flexibility. It's all focused on public education. So I just want to compliment you on this, but I also want you to clarify, I did have a question in all of that. I'm just happy that we're discussing this tonight. The surrounding neighborhoods, we did give notice to all of them. We have had discussion with them, and we did give proper notice to the college itself, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. I'll have more after we listen to everybody.
Kiki?
Thank you. Thanks, Hillary. And I'll echo what a great job in a short period of time. So important. My question was on that option 3 that you were talking about. It sounds like planning and zoning's concern was protecting the private property rights, and I think I'm in that camp too. Is there a precedent set anywhere that you legally or had looked at that said by putting this language in there that doesn't apply to them until NIC buys the property? That's the way I understand what option 3 is saying, is that we straighten out those lines and we cover the district with privately owned property that actually assures the protection of their property. Is there any precedent out there set that you saw and followed?
We do. We actually, in the shoreline ordinance, there was some language that was specifically drawn up to protect some of the existing properties that are on East Lake Shore Drive. So that exists in code.
In Coeur d'Alene, in
Coeur
code.
d'Alene,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
No, I just echo what was said. Thank you for your work on this. I know we were putting gentle pressure because we were anxious to have it before us. So thank you, and thank your team as well.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Mr. English, any comments, questions?
Well, all here.
All right. Thank you so much. So we are going to go to the public hearing now. So I have a list of everybody who signed up that wanted to talk, and we'll just kind of go through it. Some people want to come up and speak, some don't, and I will tell you how they voted. First up, Kathleen Miller-Green would like to testify.
Mr. Mayor, can we swear in everybody who
That's right.
who wants to testify?
Thank you. But you're here all night, huh? Are you good for that? So if folks, if you were on the list and are going to testify, if I could have you stand and raise your right hand, and Joe is going to swear you in. All you have to do is tell us you're doing the truth.
Please raise your right hand and respond by saying, I affirm. Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Catherine, thanks for coming.
Good evening, newly minted mayor and council members. My name is Kathleen Miller-Green. I am a resident of the city of Coeur d'Alene, and I am a very, very proud faculty member at NIC for 19 years. I wanted to emphasize a couple of things that Hillary was just talking about, but I think it overshadowed in some of the comments related to this proposal, and that is flexibility. I have the honor and privilege of sitting on the Integrated Strategic Planning Committee at NIC, and we are in the process of creating our next strategic plan for 2025 to 2030. And what she just said, that we can't anticipate what the needs of students are going to be even 5 years from now, is so very true at NIC. NIC is thriving. We are growing in spite of some of the issues that have happened over the last several years. We have programs that are in the top 1% in the nation that 10 years ago we could not even have thought that we would have at NIC. And I think we need to look at that with pride and with a lot of anticipation about then what is going to happen over the next 10 years. So a zoning district, in my opinion, in what I have been able to see and what I've been able to read, allows NIC massive flexibility in how they approach meeting the needs of the students that we have at NIC. So my plea for all of you is to really look at allowing NIC the maximum opportunity to expand in the ways that are going to be the best for the students, to implement the strategic plan that we are in the process right now of crafting, and allow those students for years to come the secure knowledge that the place that they're going to go to school is going to be there for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. Another perspective there, huh? John Pilsner is supportive and wants to testify. John, thank you for coming out.
What a great planning department we have in the city, and thank you all for the tireless efforts and hours you put into serving our city. I really appreciate it. I love NIC. I love the idea of a university district, and I do have a couple of concerns that are nuanced. One is the timing with the accreditation and the site visit coming up. I kind of wish this decision was after that, because it would feel very appropriate. If NIC was losing accreditation, I think it would feel definitely necessary, but I appreciate the worry in the community and the desire that you all have to save NIC and preserve it. So I guess if it's set up to do, maybe you have to do it tonight. But my other concern is that all of the land that is zoned R17, when we make it the university district zoning, there are 4 or 5 new land uses that it will have by right that I think maybe you want to consider. Instead of making it university district zoning there, maybe you keep it R17 within that university district. For example, by right, the college could decide to put a cell phone tower or convenience stores, which convenience sales, convenience services, business supply, retail sales. I don't know what that means. I know colleges need that, but if they do it within the buildings they currently have, that's great. But if they want to build a new building, like on the corner of Hubbard and Lake Coeur, maybe they say, hey, you know what our students love, they want to have a cafe right there. I think that's something that should come before the planning, or before planning commission, before city council, and you guys should have the final say in that. So if you take that out of a by right use and move it to either PUD or special permit, I think that would be appropriate. So for those things, either new construction that include business supply, retail, cell phone towers, convenience sales, convenience services, and then faculty housing, I think that's a great thing to be able to build. But I think we should also be careful where we put it. I think we love NIC how it is right now by the lakes, or we love art on the green. We love those things and we want to preserve that. So I think if you just give them carte blanche, this is the new zoning, do whatever you want, wherever you want, I think that would be maybe short-sighted by the council. I think you want to have still more influence in the future for what goes where and when.
30 seconds.
I would encourage you to change the zoning a little bit, maybe keep R17 towards the lake and let them do more of whatever they like on like option 3. I think it's smart. If you're going to do it tonight, just cover all the property and do that. But I think you should carve out some of these areas for R17 still. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Frank Jessic is in favor and does not want to testify. Lisa Jessic is in favor, doesn't want to testify. Ann Melbourne is in favor, does not want to testify. Let's see, Lucia Thompson would like to testify. Come on down, Lucia. Thank you.
Mayor McEvers and council members, I've been a resident of Coeur d'Alene for 30 years, and I am very much in favor of a university district. I've seen the region change considerably due to buildings and the need to protect the beauty of our environment in such a manner that will restrict the obstruction of the visual beauty for all is, I believe, very vital. And to keep the public access, which public education organization allows in such a beautiful place is vital for all of us, so that we can all of us, not only those who have the funds and income to take advantage of the beauty of the area in an exclusive manner. We need to protect the general public and all of us, so that we continue to have this beautiful place called NIC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucia. Mary Ann Geringer is supportive and does not want to testify. Terraced Borenpole. Terrace?
Teresa.
Teresa.
Oh, Teresa.
We're going to call her Terrace
Sorry.
from now on.
Totally.
Yeah, I'm a phonics guy.
Took a stab, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry.
members of the committee, that's okay. My name is Teresa Borenpole. I live over in Post Falls. I know that's out of your purview, but what you're doing tonight is so monumental, so important, and so visionary that I jumped in my car, drove down Celtice, and made my way here. When I think about the job of the City Council, there are so many things that you do, but one of those things is that you essentially provide the amenities for a town. You decide how much space to devote to parks so community can gather. You decide how many police officers and EMTs to put on the roads for safety. And in this case, you get to decide if, into perpetuity, people can invest in themselves in this region, and that's a really big deal. We can think about education on the individual level, a person wanting to fulfill their own potential, but it also really matters to a city, right? If we want to have snow removal, we need really good diesel mechanics. North Idaho College does that. When our EMTs take people to the hospital, they are going to be nurses there to receive them. North Idaho College is one of the best in the nation at nursing education. When I see small families here in this region in Coeur d'Alene, we need elementary school teachers to teach them, right? So when we have this amazing resource so close to home, it ensures that all of us can invest in ourselves, and selfishly, it ensures that the city has the opportunity to have fantastic skilled workers to be able to provide the amenities that you are here to ensure for the public. So it's truly visionary what you have the opportunity to do tonight or in an upcoming meeting, but I'm grateful for North Idaho College, and I'm grateful that this is on your agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Terrace, it's Terrace.
Terrace.
Dave Hoskins. Dave, want to speak? Hi, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I spoke at the Planning and Zoning meeting on August 13th in favor of making NIC a university district. Tonight, I'd like to also speak on behalf of the dual enrollment students. I saw dual enrollment was dropping in the last couple of years. This year, it's raising. So many, I taught at Post Falls during the day and NIC at night. So many of my students from Post Falls could not have afforded to go to U of I or to Spokane Falls Community or Spokane Community College. NIC provided a convenient place for them to start their education. I had so many people in my night classes that worked 40, 50 hours a week on their jobs. If they had to drive 30 or 40 or 50 miles to Moscow or Spokane, they couldn't have. It was a convenient place for them to better their education and better their job prospects. Please, please, please make NIC a university district. I have no idea. Like you, I read the papers and I shake my head. What in the world is wrong with the Board of Trustees? And the accreditation problem is not the fault of the students. It is not the fault of the faculty. It is not the fault of administration. It's the Board of Trustees. And I would like to wrap up my my speech, I know we've all heard of Mr. Spock from Star Trek. And Mr. Spock had the immortal speech. He said, "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few." To paraphrase Mr. Spock, please don't allow the machinations of a few to outweigh the needs of the many. Please make NIC a university district.
Thanks so much,
Thank you.
Steve.
Live long and prosper.
Kevin Jester, come on down.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Mayor. Congratulations, Dan. And thank you, Council, for bringing this to the forefront and for considering this proposal. As many of the speakers have said, I do think this is monumental. I think it's very, very important for this community and this region. And I want to thank the Planning Department for an excellent presentation and for a comprehensive look at this. Thanks to the Planning and Zoning for doing their work in reviewing this and recommending it. And I highly recommend that you move this forward and protect NIC and to add to the community of Coeur d'Alene. Thank you very much for doing what you do.
Thank you, Kev. Patty Jester, are you out there? Does not wish to testify, but supports this. Thanks, Patty. Darylyn Maddie is in favor, does not wish to testify. You can change your mind if you want. Catherine Boss is in favor, doesn't want to testify. Mike Gridley is in favor, and he's going to come on down. Welcome back, Mike.
Thanks. Again, congratulations, and thank you for doing what you're doing. And I support this strongly. You know, sitting back there, looking at the wall over here, excuse me, and the names on the wall, you know, there's probably a lot of people in the room that don't even know who those people are, but those are people who made this community, or many of them, and contributed and did great things and made decisions and provided leadership so that we have a library like this. I've lived here long enough and was with the council that built this library, you know. We remember the old library, it wasn't quite as nice. And remember the park, it wasn't quite as nice. The education corridor, it wasn't quite as nice. The whole river corridor, the Atlas Park and everything, wasn't nearly as nice. Those happened because of decisions made by elected bodies. We've been fortunate to have a city council that made good decisions and did good things for the public, not just to line the pocket of their friends or themselves, members of the council. You know, the trustees, I've intimately become aware of the NIC trustees, that the board of trustees, NIC is run by a board of 5 people. A majority of 3 makes the decision. And if they are corrupt, if they are influenced by outsiders, if they are interested in lining their pockets or somebody else's, today, tomorrow, 10 years from now, 50 years from now, the public loses. And the only protection we have is taking steps like you're taking right now. One of the interesting things about getting older, not that I'm getting older, but it goes faster and faster and faster. Can't believe.
1 minute remaining.
Yeah.
Timing.
Time goes so fast. Used to worry about what my children will be doing. Now it's what my children's children will be doing. And now it's what my children's children's children will be doing. And so on and so on and so on. And someday no one will remember I ever was here. Just like some of the names here that were so important, who built this community, just like things that you have done. So I say it's not just today for NIC, it's today for the people who live next to NIC and for the rest of us who benefit and live here in this great community. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the decision-making that you do, and thank you for protecting us.
Thanks, Mike. Krista Hazel, you gonna follow that? Crystal Hazel would like to testify. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor McEvers. Congratulations on that, Woody.
Thank you.
So my name is Krista Hazel, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Save NIC, and I want to thank you for considering how you can protect North Idaho College property for public education purposes. By approving the U District zoning on the non-deed restricted property, you are showing what real leadership looks like. And right now, we need that more than ever. So why is this necessary? It's because trust has been broken. Time and again, we're told one thing, only to later learn the truth. For example, Trustee Michael Barnes, when he was running, was supposed to be somebody we could trust, but while running for office at NIC, he was also registering vehicles in South Dakota and looking like a resident of that state. When we made that allegation public, he resigned within hours, and the trust the public placed in him was broken. Our legislators have asked for our trust, but they've failed us too. They voted 2 years in a row against funding North Idaho College. That's money that would have kept the college operating. They voted against Idaho Launch and against career-ready students, so that means they're against helping NIC and Idaho solve our workforce problems. And they didn't, in 2023, they didn't fight for 3 bills that actually would have saved assets of North Idaho College. And last week, a legislator told city planners that he's looking to Florida for solutions. But what he didn't share is that Florida is suing the federal government over accreditation. They're misleading us again. Florida isn't the answer, and neither are our legislators. So I then want to look to our trustees, because they've promised many promises. For example, they've promised to support our permanent president at North Idaho College, but instead they continue to squander public funds on pointless lawsuits trying to get rid of him.
1 minute remaining.
Just last week, we found out a plaintiff suing the college was almost invited into a closed-door meeting. We've been told one thing, but the truth is always very different. And our board majority trustees have broken trust again and again. And you can't trust these trustees, and you can't trust what the legislators tell you. They've already shown they don't have the college's best interest at heart. So this is why your leadership is so critical right now, and you have the authority to protect NIC by approving this zone change, and we need courageous leadership from you, because without it, we risk losing NIC. You're the last line of defense right now. Thank you for taking the courageous step just to even have this conversation that allows for the public to have this kind of commentary. Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal. Stop. Sorry. Amy Bardwell would like to testify. Amy? Amy Bardwell? Maybe somebody said what she was going to say. Looks like Jeff Harvey would like to testify. Welcome, Jeff.
Yes, my name is Jeff Harvey, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am not a resident of Coeur d'Alene. I've been a 33-year resident of North Idaho, and 8 of those years, some of the most important years, lived in Coeur d'Alene. And I'm going to speak, the college is a terrific educational resource that needs to be protected. But it's something more than that. It's part of the heart of this town. It's part of the core of Coeur d'Alene, and I don't mean C-O-R-E, I mean C-O-E-U-R. Heart of this town. And everybody knows that. If you've ever lived here, you know that. So we need to protect the college, just like we need to protect all that makes Coeur d'Alene what it is. And this step will do it. So I'm wholly in favor of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Teresa Roth. Welcome, Teresa.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Teresa Roth, and I have been studying this problems. I'm going to try and get right to the point because people have already said a lot of things. My concern is that everybody's talking about protecting the college, protecting the college. I have read the actual code of this ordinance you're going to pass. It absolutely does not protect the college. Very specifically, it not only doesn't prevent public-private partnerships and the ability of the college to make ground leases to private developers. It does not prohibit any of that. It actually opens the door wide for all sorts of private development. And it does this by conflating the purposes of what you would call a university campus and uses that should actually go on a campus and off-campus university. A place like University of Washington, there's a very specific boundary for the campus. All the areas surrounding the campus has all this type of stuff that you're suggesting should go right on the campus. What most people want is to protect that specific area, both the new area above river, but especially the area below river, and prevent any private ground leases and private public-private partnerships. The public-private partnerships that have been done with universities in College of Western Idaho, University of Idaho, they're very much insider deals where you've got a whole bunch of developers coming in, making private deals, handshake deals, and then they get to control huge amounts of publicly owned private. That kind of works okay with the University of Idaho. It has 33,000 acres to play with, and it has a campus of 1,600 acres. We have a very small campus. It's very private. It has to be reserved for campus uses. That is, and we don't want, if we can do a dock that the college can pay for, that the public can pay for, great, we should do it. We should not be bringing in private partners to develop things for this particular campus. Especially when you actually look at this code, it is extremely opening. For example, it says it's to facilitate planned development. It wants to promote collaboration between public education and local communities. That opens the door for public-private partnerships. The purpose of this is to open the door for public-private partnerships. We don't want that. We want public buildings on public property. That is all. This doesn't do this. This does the opposite. Everybody's talking as if this protects NIC. It does the opposite. It opens the door. Please read the actual code, the list of permitted uses, which includes all sorts of convenience service, convenience sales, communication services, essential services, food and beverage, public recreation, special realty sales. All of this is in, as the guy says, these are specifically allowed uses. We don't want these specific allowed uses on the campus. We want to recognize there are boundaries to the campus. That should be controlled by the public. And off campus is all the rest of Coeur d'Alene. So thank you. I believe you should vote no. And I believe that presenting this as protecting the campus instead of opening the door to destroy it is extremely misleading.
Thanks, Teresa. Well, I've finished the list. Does anybody didn't get signed up and would like to testify? Hearing none, I will close the testimony and some questions for.
I have a couple of follow-up questions for Hillary. Just give me 1 second, guys, as I go back through my notes. So a couple of questions came up during public comment that I was hoping that we could address. And one was in regards to the R17 and some allowable uses, possibly, I think the concern was a cell phone tower, business supply, retail, and then also a comment was made outside of that, but I'll ask it now, about faculty houses and just a carte blanche. Can you respond to that, those questions and concerns?
Yes, okay, so let me pull up the R17, because I think it's helpful to look at what is currently allowed in the code. So essential services is already allowed in the R17. So essential services, that is water, wastewater, gas, electricity, fiber. It also includes the wireless communications, so cell towers. Now, we have a different provision of our code that the cell towers operate within. And so how we drafted this one was that if they did all these things, they had the setbacks, they had the stealth technology, everything that's kind of already built in to our wireless communications section of the code, that it could be allowed by right. Council absolutely could say, we want that special use permit. So we just kind of put in the protections we thought that made the most sense, but we're also looking at what already exists, what's allowed in these. Same with some of the recreation uses, those are already allowed, as well as the residential. I think that was your other one. The C17 has these and even more uses are already allowed. So a lot of the uses that came up, so John Pulsifer was talking about convenience sales and convenience services. So convenience services might be like a little barber shop. The convenience sales, that could be just like a little mini mart. It could also just be like a little market within the student union building, something like that. The business supply and the business services, so those, it could be in conjunction with a bookstore, but you might anticipate, I don't know if a Kinko's or even just it could be, NIC owns their own little space where you can go and you make copies and you can buy things. So that's very important for campuses to have those services for students and faculty to be able to go and print out your report or to make copies or scan things. So that's what that is. Let's see, what other ones? You were talking about faculty housing, was that one of the other ones?
Yeah, he mentioned concern about faculty housing.
Right. So we did have that in the code as, let me look at the page 4. Faculty housing is currently proposed to be allowed by right as a principal use. That could also be moved to a special use permit. The other one he mentioned was cafes, I believe. So I think I wrote down cell tower, convenience sales, convenience services, business supply, business services, retail, faculty housing, and cafe were the ones that he had suggested. So the food and beverage, we have that one allowed by right currently. Food and beverage sales on and off-site consumption. So again, we have the Emery's, we have the restaurants that are within the student union. There were the other uses there before, Work Grounds Cafe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more question and then that's okay. Hillary, would you mind responding to our last public comment from Teresa Roth with concerns about public-private partnerships, ground leases, private development, and the protection?
Certainly, we don't have anything in any of our zoning districts that restricts anybody partnering with somebody else. Now, how we have it drafted for this one was it really needs to be driven by North Idaho College and their partners, that they would be making the determination. So if, I don't know legally how we could even put that in the code. I guess Randy could weigh in and determine if we wanted to restrict that they couldn't do a lease agreement with another entity.
Probably not, but under 1705-1360 prohibited uses, it does say industrial and commercial activities not directly associated with educational functions. So it does not allow for unlimited public-private agreements.
Thank you.
Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to briefly respond to that last point. Community colleges especially, they do work with business and industry to determine their future programs. That's absolutely their core mission. What business and industry is calling for training, or what kind of programs do students need so they can actually get a certification or a degree so they can go get that specific job. So to suggest that community college would never partner with private is just not the norm whatsoever. Go ahead and look at the community colleges across the state and even NIC. That is absolutely something they do, such as let's just talk about College of CSI and their partnership with Chobani Yogurt Maker. They're training all of those employees. So those are public-private partnerships. It doesn't mean that the yogurt maker is going to build a building on their property, but there are constantly those kind of programs that come about with industry, business and industry, that support employers. So also, I would just say, I want to talk about, because I made a comment about faculty housing, and that years ago in strategic planning, I'm happy Kathy's here, years ago in strategic planning, those kind of things are talked about. What will our needs be? We don't know, and we know now. Councilman Miller can tell you about housing issues, but we didn't know at the time what faculty might need. Now, we're not talking about a housing development. It was really talking more like an apartment complex, student dorms, those kind of uses. And that isn't something that I would see the city trying to restrict. Why would we do that? Colleges and universities need those kind of assets. So my goal all along was never to hinder the college in their mission whatsoever. They have to be able to adapt to whatever is coming their way in the next 50, 100 years. We're not going to, I think somebody talked about, maybe it was you, Hillary, building a nuclear reactor. Of course that would not be allowed. And I can't imagine if some it's a very small footprint right now of the college. You could not put some massive industry on the college, nor would we ever agree to that. But what you could do right now is you could sell off that waterfront, except for the beach, and you could, sell the Fort Grand Grill if you wanted to maybe grab a bunch of money and finance a sports program. Those are things that could happen from trustees. And so this zoning, to me, makes perfect sense. As a community, we protect this asset for public education. Thank you.
Any other questions? Kiki, sorry. Look left, look left.
I know.
Sorry.
Thanks, Hillary. And I'm not sure if you might be able to answer this one or not, but there are a couple of things that came to mind when we're talking about this public-private partnership. And one thing, there is a dormitory housing committee that North Idaho College has. And it's my understanding that if they own property and they build housing, they can't lease it or sell it to private individuals. It has to be for student and faculty housing. And I think that was kind of a concern that I saw some people saying, well, they could, even if you did this, it's, multifamily is available and you could have all these rentals. Well, they can if they rent them to students or teachers. So, and I believe that's the case for any of those properties and would hold true to the entire university district zoning, is correct?
Right, so if there's already other protections in place, this would just supplement that. This wouldn't negate anything that already exists.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? So we need to move on to a motion to dispense with the rule.
Mr. Mayor, I move to dispense with the rule and read Council Bill 24-1013 once by title only.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Gookin.
Yes.
English.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Wow, I don't get to vote. Sorry.
Not today.
Tell us what you would have done.
Yes. Can you read the title, please?
Council Bill 24-1013, an ordinance creating a new Article 17 in Chapter 17.5 of the Coeur d'Alene Municipal Code, establishing a university district, providing for the repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for the publication of a summary of the ordinance, and providing for an effective date thereof.
So, Mr. Mayor, I will move to adopt Council Bill 24-1013.
Second.
Been moved and seconded.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify, are you wanting to adopt it with the alternate
There we go. Things not
changes?
written down. I prefer option 2, but I will withdraw my motion, and I will say that I think council should go forward with option 2, which seems to be the cleanest for me. And if I understand correctly, what this is This is expanding the area that we're rezoning to include properties owned by North Idaho College on North Military Drive.
Correct. So option 2 would be that. Option 3 would be if you want to include all of them and then have the language in there.
For me, with the option 3, it seems a little dicey. I would rather just not mess with private property and let those people do whatever they want to. If they want to sell to the college, they can sell to the college. The college can come back to us and get a zone change if they want to, or hopefully sanity will be restored and this won't be necessary. But I do want to protect those properties on North Military that are privately owned. So I would say option 2, but I want to hear any feedback if anyone disagrees with that.
Discussion on that?
Just so that I'm clear then, you're not comfortable with the precedent set with the shoreline where we can protect those properties and not have to have the college come back for adding those to the university district if they end up purchasing them. You'd rather see the college come back to the city and say, we want a zone change for the properties that aren't in there.
Well, quite honestly, after November 5th, my hope is that the college won't need to worry about that.
Okay, I'm just looking at it, if we have the opportunity to make a clean line and include them all, and I didn't know if we heard huge pushback from any of those private property owners at all, that what would happen is nothing would happen to them as long as if it stayed private property. There's nothing that's going to happen to inhibit their property rights at all, and we have a proven precedent to support that. So why put the college through coming back to council when one of those properties does sell to come back and rezone it into the U district? It just seems.
Just for me, it's private property, that's all.
Okay. I just would like to see what the rest of council thinks on that one.
Well, and I gotta say, I tend to agree with Kiki on this. I'd rather just create the whole district. They're still protected. I understand what you're saying. You don't like what, maybe we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
But I have confidence that they are protected with the language, and so I guess I'd prefer option 3.
Well,
Mr. English?
Just that, yeah, I mean, it's somewhat of a toss-up, but given all of that, I agree with Kiki Christie I think I would go for 3. I wouldn't be totally unhappy with 2, but I think 3 is the best, cleanest, comprehensive.
Thank you for the feedback. Given that, I would move to adopt Council Bill 241013 using option 3 as suggested.
Second.
Perfect.
And so, Mr. Mayor, I'd just
Discussion.
like to say a couple of things. First of all, I'm very disappointed the college can't have a nuclear development program. Be high on my list as a neighbor. But Krista Hazel did mention our legislators, and so I wanted to review, just to remind everyone, Senate Bill 1176 in 2023 was to fund colleges and universities, and it received a no vote from Senators Akunowitz, Taves, and Bierke. It received a no vote from legislators Alfieri, Barbieri, Mendive, Price, Redmond, and Wisniewski. House Bill number 267, also from 2023, by the Education Committee, was to establish a Career Ready Students Program, an ad cost funding support program for higher education. It received no votes from Senators Bierke, Akunowitz, and Taves, no votes from Representatives Alfieri, Barbieri, Mendive, Price, Redmond, and Wisniewski. In 2024, House Bill 734, which was, again, appropriations for colleges and universities, received no votes from Representatives Alfieri, Barbieri, Mendive, Price, Redmond, and Wisniewski, and no votes from Senators Bierke, Akunowitz, and Taves.
Looks to me like we have a problem with the support for higher education with our local delegation.
And we have a problem. The Republican Party, which I am a member, adopted a new Article 3, Section 6, which requests that there be no support using taxpayer funding for programs beyond high school. And every Republican legislature who's running supports this platform.
Amy, I left you out of that last round. Got anything?
No, I would have been comfortable with option 2, but I completely support option 3, so I'm supportive of moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. English?
Well, just taking a look at the whole picture, as often the case, that people want to do the right thing, protect, what we want to, and in this case, NIC, sometimes we have a different way of looking at it or how we think it's going to get there, and there can, be more than one option. But, I don't have 80 years like Cecil being here, but I do have 73. And, I went to NIC, all of my, all kinds of my family did, and the public-private partnership between NIC and our business community is essential. I trust that, they will make good decisions of what they're going to do, and like they said, right now, there might be things that they put in, who knows, at one point, maybe they put in a video CD rental store, and you wouldn't do that anymore, but something else will come along. So, looking at the whole picture, I certainly support NIC. I'm going to support this because I think it'll do the best that we can, and looking down the road for our kids, grandkids, so.
Okay. So we need to do a roll call, please, Joe.
Gookin,
Yes.
English.
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
All right, we got Council Bill 241014.
Thank you. That was Act 1. So Mr. Mayor, I would move to dispense with the rule and read Council Bill number 241014 once by title only.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Want to read the bill? Read the title.
No, roll call.
Oh, yeah, roll call, sorry.
English.
Discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Gookin.
Yes.
All right, motion carried. City Clerk, would you read the title, please?
Council Bill 24-1014, an ordinance amending the zoning code of the City of Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County, Idaho, known as Ordinance Number 1691, Ordinances of the City of Coeur d'Alene, by changing the following described property from R17, C17L, and C17 to U, all properties north of the high water mark of Lake Coeur d'Alene and east of the high water mark of the Spokane River, which lie west of and include North Hubbard Street, except any public right-of-way
Can we
and south
just
of...
hold just a second? I think she's reading the wrong one, given the
Right.
Option 3. Yes.
three,
Need
so.
option 3. Do you have that one, or do you want a copy?
2401.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's what we're all whispering about up here.
Can we make it more confusing?
Council Bill 24-014, an ordinance amending the zoning code of the City of Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County, Idaho, known as Ordinance Number 1691. Ordinances of the City of Coeur d'Alene by changing the following described property from R12, R17, C17L, and C17 to U. All properties north of the high water mark of Lake Coeur d'Alene and east of the high water mark of the Spokane River, which lie west of and include Hubbard Street, except any public right-of-way and south of West River Avenue. All properties north of West River Avenue, east of the high water mark of the Spokane River, and west of and including the parcel bearing the legal description of North Idaho College Subdivision Lot 1, Block 5, portion in TCA 1 to 15, and south of the City of Coeur d'Alene property utilized for the Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant. That parcel lying east of West Hubbard Street bearing the legal description North Idaho College Subdivision, Lot 1, Block 5, portion in TCA 1 to 12. That parcel lying east of West Hubbard Avenue and north of West River Avenue, bearing the legal description of North Idaho College Subdivision, Lot 1, Block 5, portion in TCA 1 to 15, and parcels bearing the legal description of Fort Sherman Aband Mill, Rest Tax number 23504 in Lot 14, 1450 North, 4 West, and Fort Sherman Aband Mill, Rest Tax number 23200 in Lot 14, 1450 North, 4 West, and parcels bearing the legal description of Taylor's Park Addition, Block 1, Lots 1 through 16, and Block 2, Lots 1 through 16, and Parcel 2 to 13A. This district shall overlay and approve planned unit developments in the district, repealing all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing severability clause, provide for the publication of a summary of this ordinance and effective date hereof.
Wow, you really rocked it, girl.
Good job. Motion to adopt Council Bill 24-1014.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we need a roll call.
I missed it again. Roll call.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Gookin,
Yes.
Thank you. So we're moving back now, all right?
Not sure. Where are we?
We're going back to city announcements. You remember that? A couple hours ago? All right, city council, any announcements? Mr. English?
I would just, one of the speakers, I think during the invocation, talked about the loss that we had with Wolf Lodge Inn, and that's a real loss to a lot of us. Also, I think it pointed out that, with our fire services, that, we had equipment there, and then we had to have other people come in, and it just really, kind of underscores the point that, as we look at the things that we've got to do in the near future and bonds and those kind of things, we just really have to take a look at that equipment and the personnel needs, because, we've got to have it both when we need it and if somebody else needs it. And so, anyway, that was but sorry for the Wolf Lodge Inn.
Thanks, Dan. Anybody else?
I
Christie?
would just tag on to that to thank our firefighters, our law enforcement, and I know they went and joined and helped with mutual aid, and we're very proud of them, and I know they worked really hard. I saw the photos of them standing in those turnouts, and I just have flashbacks of when I went to camp and wore the turnouts. So I really appreciate the hard work.
Thank you. Amy? Kiki? Mr. Gookin? I got nothing other than here I sit stumbling along. I'm going to get better at this, you guys. I'm going to practice more, and then hopefully we won't have quite as intense of a lot of business here.
Moving an agenda around.
First meeting.
All right. So I'll need somebody to do the consent calendar, if you would, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented, including resolution number 24-067.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Gookin,
Yep.
English,
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Other business, resolution 24068. You have to trust me. They want me to sign the checks, okay?
Since I get those checks, I would move to approve Resolution 24068, which is approving the signature of Mayor Woody McEvers for financial transactions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, and I thank you. Discussion? I'll do the best I can.
You already swore to that.
Oh, I already did that, right. Roll call, please.
Miller,
Aye.
Gookin,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
All right, moving along, Resolution 24069, establishing this pilot project to allow possession of open containers, beer, wine, and other alcoholic beverages. Somebody bringing this? Oh, you've been waiting all this time? Sorry.
Stiffened up. I'm moving a little slow now. All right, I am bringing forward with you tonight the amendment that would allow the open container in the downtown for the farmer's market. The staff report refers to an amendment to the municipal code, but in consultation with our city attorney, we really felt since it's a pilot project, it's temporary, we didn't want to build a sunset clause into the municipal code. A better method of doing that was through the resolution. So you'll see the resolution in your packet that outlines the qualifiers for this program. It's intended to be for a period of 90 days, although their farmers market really has just about 3 or 4 times left, and then the final harvest festival. So we really worked to try and get this to you tonight so that they would be able to maybe start tomorrow if you approve this resolution. We've talked with them about conditions we would add to the special event permit that they already have, which would include signage outlining the areas that are the entrance and exit points, that no alcohol is allowed beyond this point. That they would have designated fencing that would be approved by our police department. The alcohol would be in the designated area, and we've described the designated area on 5th Street. And no glass beverages. I know they wanted to do their color changing cups, but really we don't have time for them to order them in time. But our real concern is this, there's no glass beverage containers out there. And that alcohol must be served by an Idaho licensed vendor. So we have worked with police, fire, streets, and they are all willing to be at the ready if you so choose to approve this. So if any, I will stand for any questions, and Emily is here from Downtown Association if you have anything specific for her.
Questions?
So Renata, that since this is a resolution and it's 90 days long, are we going to hear what the results of this pilot project are within the time frame of that 90 days or at the end of it, or wait till
Yes.
next year, or what's the plan?
Yes, the Harvest Festival, I think, is mid-October. It's mid-October, and that would be the end of their season. So we would have some time to collaborate and ebb and flow. I mean, they know it's a special event permit, so the city can do conditions as needed. If this doesn't work out at the first run of it tomorrow, we can tweak it and figure out if maybe there's access issues that need to be moved and different barricades put up, or more security is needed. We will work through that.
But then, if I can continue, then the plan is that once the pilot project ends, if they want to do this for another event or start it up again in the spring, they're going to have to come back for the permit.
Absolutely.
So we'll hear it again.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Questions? Comments?
Comments, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm just going to be consistent in my vote. We had a lot of discussion last time that I'm just not in favor of changing the ordinance to allow open containers. And so I certainly appreciate the farmers market and wish them well, but I want to be consistent in my vote.
Hey, Dan?
And I was the other no vote, and I will be again for much the same. As we've heard, our police and fire, we've got very limited resources. They're stretched for different things, and so anyway, I'll be a no vote again.
Okay, well, look for a motion then, please.
Oh, well, I'll make a motion. So let's move to approve Resolution 24069, which is establishing a pilot project to allow possession of open containers of beer, wine, or other alcoholic beverages and consumption thereof on certain public sidewalks and other public rights-of-way when such sidewalks and rights-of-way are being used for a permitted farmers market special event sponsored by the Downtown Association. It's really specific.
That's very good.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Bill, I look forward to, if this passes, to going to the farmers market tomorrow and putting our law enforcement to the test. Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, sorry. So this being a pilot, we do it for a while and then we decide based on the feedback whether we want to do it again or start spreading it out, doing more things. Is that correct?
Right. So at this point, the request really has just been from the Downtown Association for this specific purpose. So we would come back with the Downtown Association's request to maybe do it again next year, or say, we don't want to do it, we didn't think it worked, or if you guys just want to make a code change and change the code to allow any special event to have the same option. I mean, we can bring you a staff report that gives you various options and you can choose which one you want to take. If we don't have a requester, if the Downtown Association says it doesn't work for them either, then we really would just report back, we don't have a current request for anybody wanting to do that.
Okay.
But we'll update you along the way as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So with that, I would have a roll call, please.
Gookin,
Yep.
English,
No.
Wood,
No.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Passes. Moving on. Welcome. Sorry it's been all night for you there, Melissa. Resolution 24070, approving amendment to the classification compensation plan, adding TV production coordinator as a new classification in the Municipal Services Department.
Yes, good
Take it
evening,
away.
Mayor and Council. So this is a new position, and we have something that comes outside the budget process. I bring it to council for your consideration to bring into our class comp plan. The position is specifically the TV production coordinator position. So it's been about 18 years that we have had an independent contractor, Mr. Crow, the voice that you hear at night. We have contracted with him for a number of years. So he is at the point that he would like to move on and retire and do other things with his family. So the city evaluated that position and looked at bringing it in-house for a full-time benefited position. So much like Mr. Crow already does, the position is responsible for the coordinating and scheduling of all the programming needs specific to the TV channel and the website, create scripts and all the coordination of the production, and ongoingly works with staff, outside agencies, and all of our outside partners. So the position is currently funded in our Municipal Services Department. There's a separate line item under professional services for an audio budget. The current annual wage for that is $115,483, so it is currently funded. Bringing the position in-house, the recommendation is a pay grade 14, so those base wages are at a range, a minimum and a max, from about $64,000 to $91,000. But with an independent contractor, you're not paying taxes and benefits, so we have to also include that into the wages. So depending on that employee, their dependent coverage, that 64 to 91 would be an additional 27,000 to 40,000 based on what kind of dependent coverage they had. So I would anticipate an entry-level wage for the position coming in. Base wage would be about 68,000 would be my anticipation for bringing somebody in with a little bit of experience. But the total compensation would probably be closer to 100,000. So, and again, currently 115 is budgeted. So approving this position will add to our overall class comp plan and would allow staff to move forward with the recruitment. Happy to stand for any questions.
Amy?
Melissa, I'm not sure if this question should be directed to you, Troy, or Renata, but during, well, really the past probably 8 budget seasons, we've talked extensively about a communications role, whether that's a communications coordinator, director. And we knew with, unfortunately, Jeff's new chapter coming up, that we'd have an opportunity to look at this role and include some of the communication responsibilities. I'm not seeing that outlined in the job description, and I was wondering where we stood on that and if we still have the opportunity to capture some of those responsibilities in this position.
So I think that when we first create a job description, we never quite know everything that's going to be included in it. And the communication piece, while it could be with a TV coordinator, I'm just not sure how all those duties would relate and what all the needs are. So
We could always amend the job description if that is something that we look at moving forward and there's enough hours in the week to make that requirement. Happy to let Renata.
And then, yeah, and if I can add, we sort of envisioned that this person would start coming to our executive team meetings and hearing what the departments are involved in and help produce some of our public, we call them PSAs, public service announcements, but we can kind of add a little more to that flair and get more information out to our community through that, through our website and through the television stations that we do have 2 now. That we're airing on. And so hopefully getting that person sort of ingrained and understanding what's going on with all the departments will be a little bit more helpful and get us a little bit more of that PR. But again, we are looking for somebody that knows how to run a studio and all the equipment. And, we'll see what we get for the applications that come in. If we have somebody that has some element of public relations, and we'll add in what we can, but they are kind of a very specific need to run that studio and all the equipment involved in that. But we're hoping to maybe do a little bit more of those public service announcements and get them involved where we can. If we have something coming forward, like, I don't know if it's appropriate, but the GO bond and helping the fire department produce their videos and get some of their PR out. So hopefully that helps you a little bit.
And just to add on to that too, Mr. Crow has always been super helpful in some of the PSAs and giving us direction as staff. Bringing the position in as a benefited employee, it does give Renata, as the department head of that department, it gives her a little bit more ability, since it is an employee, to direct what some of those job duties would be, opposed to having an independent contractor that really is doing the work on their own.
Anything else?
Thank
Well,
you.
Oh, I'm
Did you
sorry.
call on me or did you call on him?
Fight for it.
Ladies first.
I
love
thought
this
she
new
passed,
mayor.
okay. No?
My neck is getting out of whack.
I'm just going to throw out a couple of items for discussion. I want to see what council would like to chew on this a little bit. One is Mr. Crow's irreplaceable. So, what a great job, and we owe him just a real amount of gratitude for that. 18 years is a long time. And I also think staff did a great job of taking what was in that contract and applying it to apples to apples comparison to a new job description. And I appreciate that there's some latitude in the future, but I think we have an opportunity here. I'm kind of leaning towards, can we table this to have maybe an ad hoc committee take a look at what's happened in the last 18 years in technology that maybe we're not taking advantage of. Take a look at now putting some of these website updates, social media elements, the communication piece that we wanted. And this is adding more than just the payroll and the burden for benefits, because in the past we had a contract that that was a company that they had to have people there. So if we have an employee, we're going to have cross-trained people so that employee, their job duties are covered if they go on vacation or if they're sick. So I checked with a couple of other cities, and some of them don't even have television channels anymore. I don't know the history behind all that. A lot of them live stream just YouTube channels with how people are receiving information. If you have a smart TV, you can access the live streams a lot of different ways. So I just want to see if there's any other appetite for possibly saying, can we get together and take a look at this with a little different set of lenses rather than try to just replace what we had? Is there an opportunity to get more bang for the buck, or possibly subcontract out a few pieces of it and get the staff person cross-trained? I'd just like to hear, that's kind of my feelings, is that I don't want to miss an opportunity this is the first staff report that we've really gotten on how this has come forward. We had a quick discussion at a budget workshop, but this is really the first time we've had the ability to see what it's going to cost and how it's going to look. And we're in a tough budgetary time anyway. To add additional on top of it without more consideration, I just want to hear some thoughts about that.
You go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kiki, can we do that? Do we have to wait to hire the person to do it, or could we hire a person and do it? I mean, would the qualifications require that they know all this stuff first?
Well, for one thing, I think that if we're going to review, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there for example. Some cities did away with their television broadcast completely. And they're going to a whole different way to get information out and to connect with their constituents. So if we're going to hire somebody to do things the way we've always done them, because that's the way we've always done them, then the qualifications may really change for what the person needs. We may have a person who's got more of a PIO background versus a technical, tape and broadcast media production. So it's just, to me, an opportunity to say, are we moving into something that is 18 years old, and we have an opportunity to upgrade, update, and get more bang for our buck?
I would just add that I think from my discussions with Mr. Crow and Renata, I feel like there is enough work for this position that really the focus was to run the studio and keep the meetings going. So, I mean, if that is something that you're looking at changing, we can certainly look at that. But when you recruit for a TV production coordinator versus a PIO, I mean, those are really two totally different things. So to combine that, I completely understand there's a need for that, but those are going to be very different people.
Christy.
Thank you, Melissa. I think the reason that seed was planted is it was a budget discussion of, well, hey, maybe we can somehow get the PIO with this position. And so we've all been thinking about it, that we really want a PIO, we just can't afford it. So first of all, we just tell Jeff he can't leave. That's probably the easiest. He's qualified to be a PIO, absolutely. So if we could find someone that can do all-in-one, that's great. I don't know if we can, because you're right, they're very different. Kiki, I would be open to, taking a look. We don't have to do something tonight. It's not that I disagree with the wages. I don't at all. I think that's what it's going to take. But we're really talking about job description. So.
Mr. English.
Well, yeah, I think that, the skill set for running all of the technical things is way different than public information officer. They certainly could have some overlap, and through that I think we're looking at communicating. Actually, we are looking at communicating in some new ways, some things that we're not able to do now. Also, we've got quite an investment in this process. I mean, that's not the only reason you keep it, but it's also, we've updated some things and all of that, and there's more than just the city that relies on having these broadcasts and the ability to do that, and so that's important. I think I would, and I think the timing is a bit of the essence. I think I would support going ahead with this, and then, like I say, see what we actually get for applications. But anyway, so that's where I'm at.
Right, and the timing of Jeff leaving is the end of this month.
Is what?
The end of this month. Jeff will no longer.
The end of September, so timing is of the essence. Okay.
Amy.
Well, I just want to add, I definitely agree with what Dan said. They're very different skill sets. This did come up during one of our budget workshops from staff, that we had an opportunity to look at this position and possibly tweak it a bit and not get a full-time communications role, but we could add some responsibilities that may advance where we are currently today in that. So I don't know how that would exactly work out. I was disappointed not to see it in the job description, because when you're recruiting, I think that's an important piece to recruit for, but
Well, and we could look at crafting some questions through the recruitment and interviews to kind of see what experience some of the applicants that apply for the way the classification is written now, if that's approved. We could craft some questions that kind of gear towards the PIO side and see if there's interest there, and if we end up adding some additional skills specific to that, see kind of what some of them have to say for experience on that.
Geek?
So, follow-up question, was there any discussion with Mr. Crow on any recommendations that he might have that could maybe pull us together? And PIO might not be the right job description. I mean, that's kind of I'm throwing that out there as a net. But if we had some more of the communications piece in that, and my view comes from, we have staff people who are, updating their website pages, and somebody's doing a Facebook post for this, and it's kind of pretty inconsistent. So I don't know that would be a public information officer per se, but is there a way to take a look at this and say, are there things that maybe they could recommend, he could recommend, Jeff could recommend, to say, we could tweak this way, and that could be part of your recruitment process, to say this is a way we could get more out of it. I'm just concerned we're adding, to try to get the same services that they provided for more money, and having this one person and still not getting the communications information person out there that's helping us let the community know what's going on within the city, and even communicate from department to department better. We're not moving forward. So that's my concern about it. And I'd like to table it for, at least, I know that they're leaving the end of the month. That's his last day. Is there ability to talk to him about being a digital consultant to work through the end of this? Is there any other plans? Do we have any options there? I don't know.
I would defer to Renata on her discussion on extended retirement. Jeff was involved in writing the job description.
Yeah, we've been working with Jeff for a while. He is going to be involved in any interviews and helping me with interview questions, and working really closally with us. He really gave us the date. That is his date, is the end of his contract. I don't want to speak for him, but I think it's dependent on his house sale.
Let's just speak against him then.
Let's speak against him. I mean, if his house doesn't sell, nobody buy it. No. And maybe we can talk him in for a little bit of time, but our plan was to try and recruit a person that they would have a couple weeks of hands-on training with Jeff. And that we're really bumping up against that timeline. So a 2-week delay would be devastating for that plan. And so would really hope that we could move forward tonight so we could get somebody who could get in and have some time with Jeff before he leaves the state. He is moving away, so.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I appreciate all that. I just feel like this provides us an opportunity that I would hate to miss, because once you hire the person under the job description, that's going to take a long time to tweak. So,
and I will say, if we don't have somebody on board, then we will not be able to broadcast. We may have to hire out some other company to be able to do that in the interim, but we'd probably have to narrow down to prioritize what we could afford to do in the meantime.
Christie.
Could we try to find a happy medium then, where we ask the job description, as Melissa suggested, and the questions kind of be tailored toward communications?
Sure.
See if we can Jeff really could have been the PIO at the same time. I don't know how much work one person can do in a day, but he has those abilities, and maybe we'll get lucky here. What do you think, Kiki?
I guess my point is, I don't know enough about how much time is being spent on each one of these items, and none of the communication stuff was listed in this job. So as I'm looking at it going, if we're going to do business as usual, the same that it's exactly been, and we don't want to delay, then we're going to move forward and have, and I'm not recommending that we don't broadcast anymore, that we don't live stream anymore. I can tell you Post Falls dropped their television broadcast. I don't know the details of that. They don't have a TV, and they just do live stream YouTube. So did that save them money? Did it save them people? These are the questions I don't know. And in the staff report we have, it just says we're taking this job description of what we're doing, and we're making it a full-time employee at $50,000 more a year with no potential backup, and then maybe we'll tweak it down the road. So I was just looking at what options, and I know you've worked with Jeff a long time, and you don't want to see an 11th hour roadblock, but I just felt obligated to say, are we taking a hard look at this? Because maybe we could do more with what we have, or maybe there's some things that we don't need as much as we used to. So that's where I'm at. If there's a compromise, it would be, I don't want to lock us into a position, and I feel like once you interview for that, that's what you are into, and we've missed the opportunity. And if Jeff can be a consultant for a little while longer, if we have the ability to do that, to train someone, I don't know what those parameters are, but that's the discussion on the table, so.
The job description is current duties. I mean, they're not just something from 18 years ago. It was just written.
Right.
Yeah.
I got that.
So motion somewhere.
Mr. Gookin?
I was going to say, as much as I want a PIO and think it's necessary, I think the easy thing to do right now is to move forward and to get someone hired. Assume you're going to advertise, you're going to get it done so that it happens before Jeff's gone, and he can be trained.
Yes.
And, yeah, we can get underway and not have an interruption in our service. I mean, we do this for transparency, and I think it's important. So I think the easy thing is, as much as we need a PIO, I think we should just go forward. I don't want to hold Jeff hostage.
So was that a motion? or-
Christie?
I gotta say, Kiki's making a lot of sense, and I am really struggling with this, because she's right, we won't be able to look at it again, and we are adding a position. Well, not, sort of, it's the same money, and so I'm struggling with it. I think what we are end up with the time frame, though, we're kind of have a time crunch where we're feeling like, well, we really can't go explore because we're running out of time. So, I guess, Melissa, what I would ask of you, if you're taking the input back from council, if we move forward with this, to be sure that job description includes our concerns for a communications person as much as possible.
The interview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. English?
Well, just that, I mean, I think this is a case, there's times to contract out stuff, and there's times and reasons and benefit to having your own person that you can really, if they need to adjust to this or that. And I think this is one where, it would be great to have our own person, and then we can, kind of go from there. But I mean, for them to really have the time to know the players, and there's probably things that, in terms of communicating what we're doing and things, I'm sure there's stuff that we're not even thinking of, but if they could, like I say, come to some of those other meetings. So I guess just for the sake of trying to move something along, I'll try motion to approve Resolution 24-070, approving the amendment to the classification and compensation plan, adding TV production coordinator as a new classification in the Municipal Services Department.
Second?
Been moved and seconded by the Dan boys. Discussion.
Just
Kiki?
one item. If your amendment would be amenable to changing it from TV production coordinator to digital production coordinator, and would that affect it?
Would it affect any of that? No. I'm not sure. It speaks to probably the priority of the work being on the TV station is kind of why it was titled that.
And I'm just saying, in the future, if we say 75% of the people watching our council meetings or any of our meetings are live streaming it, then we have a title that's focused on 25% of the work. And we don't have any data. I mean, I've never seen any user data where, I don't know how many people, I don't know how we could tell how many people are watching that on CDA TV versus the Facebook video, so.
Facebook's usually 12 people. I'm usually one of them.
They're all employees.
Dan?
Well, I would just say, and I'm not sure that anybody really, I mean, when I think about that, I don't, in my mind, whether it's your TV or the digital or whatever, I don't think most of the public cares what we do with that. They just, if they get it one way or the other, and sometimes I get it one way or the other. If I'm traveling, I might get it on my phone or whatever. I don't know. I think it sounds, well, let me ask, was there some deliberate thought put into the title, I'm assuming, and that it ties into what you want to emphasize?
There was a few comparables of other cities that still did run a station, a TV station, and I think TV was pretty much in almost every title. But titles aren't a huge deal for me. We can change it. I can change it down the road at any time. I just come back to council for your approval on it. So,
Sounds good.
And I was going to say, probably whoever you hire may have some input regarding what it is they do.
sure.
So let me just throw my 3 cents in. So way back when we
What do you
didn't
think?
have all this was kind of a thing to put it out there. Mostly older people were watching cable, and we get income from our cable franchises, which I don't think we get from Facebook, we don't get from all the other things. So again, it's a little bit of economics there. But that was the point of all this. It's grown quite a way. Jeff doesn't, Mr. Crow, sorry, Jeff, sorry. Mr. Crow does a lot of work. He does a lot of communication, does the editing and stuff. It's not just switching for television. There's a lot of production behind the. He also has to take care of stuff. He builds projects for police and fire in any department. And I kind of saw that as being the future. Is as we bring somebody in, they focus on the departments. And I expect to see a department up here at least once every month. A department comes up and tells us, but mostly our citizens, what they do, why they do it, and how they do it. Give me 8 minutes, compact it, and that takes somebody that understands editing, you know that, and then storytelling has to come from the department heads. That's kind of my vision. Somebody goes, what do you want to do? I want to communicate better. And it's not big production stuff. It's just get the word out of what we do in our city and why we do it and how we do it. And if it costs you a cup of coffee a day, this is what you get and this is why. Dan?
I would just, as, let's see, maker of the motion, I wouldn't have a problem with the, what I would consider a friendly amendment from Kiki. What were you going to call it, a digital?
Yeah, I thought it covered a lot more, but I don't want to wordsmith this to death.
Okay.
It's whatever you guys want to do, and
Okay.
it
Then
can
I'll
be
just
amended
leave it
later
as
on
is and-
if we end up getting whatever we want out of this, production coordinator spot, then that's the end game.
I would add too that if we do find someone that has some communication experience and that background, I'll just plug it now, that I would probably come back, add that in the job description, and it would probably increase it a pay grade. So if I come back for that,
Sure.
Okay,
giving you a heads up.
anything else? So it's been moved and seconded to move on. We've had discussion, so roll call, please.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Gukin.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jeff was
Troy,
like, I'm free.
welcome.
Good evening, Mayor McKevers and council members. It's my privilege to bring forward to you for your ratification a contract with our local 710 firefighters. I'd like to thank the executive board for Local 710's negotiation team. I'd like to thank the city attorney for working hard on this. I'd like to thank our new finance director for crunching numbers, and we use the human resources director in finishing up this process along with the consultative nature. We quickly zipped through 36 articles over a number of meetings to get a consensus. This is a proposed contract for your ratification of 4 years, twice as long as the last contract we did with our local fire union. So we believe that was a very positive way to do this, especially for those of us that get to negotiate these. One of the most challenging things that I have had to do at the City of Coeur d'Alene. We've agreed upon a 4-year contract, a 3.5% wage adjustment at the beginning of the fiscal year for 4 years. We've amended the grievance procedure in looking at other communities and understanding how difficult it is to find. Although we don't ever want to do this, we have moved it to one single arbitrator instead of a panel of 3. We have agreed that the emergency medical service preceptor, which is an individual that's training someone in the field, receive, while training, an hourly increase of $2.35. This is really a compliment to your paramedics that are out there. Your fire department runs enough call volumes that there's schools that want to have their students come to Coeur d'Alene and become paramedic certified by being in the field, experiencing all the calls, and being with some of the finest paramedics in at least all of North Idaho. We have added a parental leave following the first month of a birth or adoption of a child that would allow the members of the union to use 4 days of sick leave. We've increased the monthly health reimbursement account, voluntary employee benefit that is provided by the city to the members. We've added 3-hour comp time for an active peer support team member. Our firefighters and union members face a lot of unfortunate situations in their day-to-day jobs, and we have those individuals that have studied this and are there to help out their members. And in so doing, we support that for the mental well-being of our department, as well as the individuals that go onto those very challenging calls. Senior pay, that's a pay that the city has done for a number of years that basically asks our union members to step outside their normal job, to do more than what is required by their job description. We recognize that staying in shape is very, very important in their business, along with being community-minded. And in so doing, we have eliminated the need for them to wait when they get promoted to keep their senior status. And we've adjusted the military leave benefit and clarified the rules. We don't have a lot in the military now, but we want to make sure that we are an employer that recognizes their service is critical to our country and that we would like to hire and keep them. As I sit across from our team members during negotiations, we get to see a lot of different energies. This union group that got the opportunity to negotiate did a phenomenal job of balancing energy with the fact that they very much want to be members of the City of Coeur d'Alene team. So I'd like to, again, thank them for their work and bring forward to you what I consider a very good contract both for the city and for the union representatives that negotiated. I would stand for any questions you may have.
Council, questions?
Thank
Christie.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Troy, we rely on you to be our representative and work out a good contract with our local union. And first I'd like to compliment all of you. We didn't hear any issues this year at all, any whispering whatsoever of any unhappiness on either side. And so clearly the teams involved did some really good work together. The contract that you reviewed, and do you feel we're competitive with other agencies?
We are competitive, correct?
Okay.
Yep.
And we aren't currently dealing with a great loss of people going to other agencies, and we don't want that in the future. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep. I would say we are retaining our union representatives very well. Part of it's your great city that you get to govern. They could go elsewhere and make more money.
Yeah, we don't want them to do that. I just wanted to note in their contract, for people that aren't familiar, They think of unions and they think of, oh, they'll strike if they're not happy. In our particular contract, they've made it clear they will not participate in any sort of strike. And I think that's commendable for our local union. I appreciate the work you did on this, and I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Not, I'll look for a motion, please.
Move to approve Resolution 24071, which is approving an agreement with the City of Coeur d'Alene Firefighters Local 710 International Association of Firefighters establishing compensation and benefits over a 4-year contract, 2024 to 2028.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Comments? Thoughts? Hearing none. Have a roll call, please.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Gookin.
Yep.
English.
Yes.
Well, we've been looking forward to this one. Randy, welcome. Talk about
Thank
the
you,
ducks.
Mr. Mayor, Council. It's time to get down to the ducks. At the July 16th, 2024 council meeting, a gentleman spoke during the public comment about keeping ducks on his property. A complaint had been made to animal control about the smell and flies which prevented a neighbor from enjoying their backyard. Municipal Code Section 6.15.010 provides that it shall be unlawful for any person to own, keep, or maintain any domestic livestock or fowl within the limits of Coeur d'Alene except 1, any person may possess chickens, excluding roosters, if the chickens are kept in a secure yard, building, or other enclosure at all times. The term domestic fowl is defined by Municipal Code Section 6.05.030 to include chickens, turkeys, ducks, geese, and pigeons, and other similar fowl. Therefore, ducks are, as domestic fowl, are not permitted on any property in the city of Coeur d'Alene. So staff was directed to bring a proposal to see what we can do about allowing some ducks within the city limits. Prior to 2010, any domestic fowl except roosters were allowed to be kept on property zoned R1. On all other property, a maximum of 3 domestic fowl of any kind were allowed, again, except roosters. In 2010, the ordinance was changed to allow an unlimited number of chickens, except roosters, and prohibited all other domestic fowl. I looked at the staff report from that ordinance change, and there was some discussion at that time about allowing other domestic fowl in the city, although perhaps with numerical restrictions. Council, however, at that time decided to allow only chickens. There's been no change to this ordinance since 2010, at least with respect to domestic fowl. In trying to come up with a reasonable proposal, I looked at other jurisdictions within the state of Idaho. In Boise, residents are allowed to keep up to 6 chickens or 4 ducks as pets. Pets are generally animals that are kept indoors, like ducks, dogs, cats, 2 goats, and up to 6 chickens. If they are considered livestock instead of pets, then they can have up to 12 chickens or ducks, but they have to have a minimum of 1/2 acre property. In Bonner's Ferry, you're allowed to keep up to 12 chickens, but no ducks or roosters. In Caldwell, again, 12 ducks are allowed, or 12 chickens are allowed, but only 2 ducks. In Haley, 8 chickens are allowed, but no other domestic fowl. In Meridian, surprisingly, you can apparently have whatever domestic fowl you would like in any number you would like. I don't know how that's going. In Moscow, it goes by the size of the lot, with a minimum of 5,000 square feet, and you can start with up to 6 domestic fowl and 1 additional fowl for each 1,200 square feet, and certain domestic fowl are prohibited in Moscow, including emus, peacocks, and guinea fowl. In Post Falls, you can have up to 10 chickens, also up to 10 ducks, but only if the property is a minimum of 1 acre in size. In Rathdrum, they go by a point system. Other cities do that as well. They assign a property, you can have up to 10 points, and then they assign points to each fowl. So chickens are 1 point, ducks are 2 points. So you could have 10 chickens, or you could have 5 ducks, or you could have 2 ducks and 6 chickens, or you can have 5 ducks and no chickens. But you can also have a goose or a turkey if you have at least 1 acre property in size. None of the jurisdictions I looked at except Meridian allows roosters, for whatever reason that may be. And I have a neighbor who has a rooster outside the city, and I know it every morning. In reviewing the video from the July 16th hearing, I noticed that Mr. Fletcher had mentioned that Hayden and Dalton Gardens allowed ducks. While Hayden's ordinances are a little confusing, it allows flightless ducks at the rate of 1 chicken or duck per 2,000 square feet, up to 10 in number. But for other ducks, I assume flighted ducks, you have to have a minimum lot of 1 acre and at least 3/4 of an acre fenced and irrigated where you keep the flighted ducks. The city code for Dalton Gardens doesn't mention chickens, ducks, geese, emus, ostriches, anything. But it does prohibit the accumulation of carcasses of birds or domestic fowl. So based on what we found in other jurisdictions, staff is bringing forth a recommendation to amend the city code to limit chickens to 12, which seems to be a pretty common number, except on property zoned R1, where you can have up to 24 per acre. We would continue to prohibit roosters. We would allow up to 6 other domestic fowl, that includes ducks, but not counting turkeys, geese, peacocks, peafowl, pigeons, quail, pheasants, and guinea fowl. Again, except on property zoned R1, where you can have up to 12 other domestic fowl per acre. We added into the code a prohibition against the slaughter of livestock and fowl outside. You have to do it inside a building. For whatever reason, we did not have that in our code before, but other jurisdictions specifically mention that. We have some more specificity on the requirement for enclosures for domestic fowl, and we establish distances that these fowl may be kept from both from property line and from a neighboring residential dwelling, so that we try to protect other neighbors from the smells, from the flies, from the noise that are produced by not just ducks, but other livestock. So the council is the final decision maker on all of this, on how many chickens or ducks or other domestic fowl may be kept on property within the city of Coeur d'Alene. And I would invite questions, comments, modifications to the proposed ordinance at this point of time.
Well, that was fun. Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so a lot of this I understand, but I'm looking at the ordinance, and under section 2, paragraph D, it says domestic fowl must be housed, in a run, coop, hutch, or similar enclosure which is located at least 25 feet from any residential dwelling other than the owner's, and which meets minimum setbacks for dwelling units in the zoning district in which it is located. Is that additive then?
Yes. So setbacks in many zones are like 5 feet from the side property line. But if the house is too close to the property line, then your coop is going to have, the neighboring house is too close to the property line, you need to move the coop a little bit. So you have to be both 25 feet away from another person's house and within the setbacks of your zone.
Okay. In the next sentence, it says, "The enclosure shall be located on the side or behind the dwelling unit." Shouldn't that be to the side, or do you actually mean on the side of the dwelling unit?
I'm fine with whatever preposition you would like to insert.
So it doesn't matter legally. And that also says, dwelling unit and will not be permitted in the front yard. Should that be shall not?
Again, that's
Doesn't
not
matter.
a legal significance.
All right, just asking. The enclosure shall not be, again, we're using shall not here. The enclosure shall not be attached to a fence shared with a neighboring property, but it could be like right next to the fence.
It
I mean,
could
what
be.
was the purpose of that?
We don't usually like things attached to a fence because a
Okay.
fence has a specific purpose. You don't want the fence to fall down or get pecked through by a duck or a chicken or a ostrich if you choose to allow ostriches.
Ostriches are okay?
Only if council permits them.
But is that in this code?
No, they would
Oh,
be
it's-
prohibited under this code.
Yeah, don't open the door. I mean, because you never know who's going to show up.
You never know what somebody might like.
Thank you.
We're trying to have some fun here, aren't we?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, no, we're not.
This is all serious.
Okay, right, it
Yeah.
just feels
Not duck the
fun.
question.
Christie,
Well, Randy, I say you and your staff, it's probably you. Because this has your fingerprints all over it. You do a deep dive. You put a lot of attention to the detail that people are concerned about. The concern was the smell of the feces right next to their yard, right next to their fence. And you made sure that there's enough property involved for a certain number of pets, or what do you call, they're not pets, or they're livestock?
Some of them are pets.
Yeah, so I think you've done a good job in pulling this together for us. I was initially gonna say, Guy, I don't really think we should start allowing even more of this, but you've done such a good job of restricting it to the point where people need to be responsible. That's what's important. Your neighbors matter. Your neighbors don't want you to go a month without cleaning your duck stuff. So, I think you've done a good job on this, and so I'll support it.
I like duck stuff.
Do ya?
Yeah, I think that's a clean, easy way. Kiki?
Thanks, Randy, and we chatted today earlier, and I was kind of a fan of just making this simpler. And I think if a person is not going to clean up after 4 ducks, they're not going to clean up after 10 ducks. And so I was just thinking, can we say these fowl are allowed? Here's our setbacks, here's the stuff. It's this many ducks or chickens or whatever, and not get off into the weeds in it. I'm happy to go along with whatever. What's the enforcement and what happens what ordinance governs that?
It would be the general enforcement of any of the animal control ordinances, which would be a misdemeanor, but typically code enforcement does make contact with the property owner, advises them what the code requires, gives them time to comply with the code before they actually issue a citation. But that would be enforced like any other city ordinance.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Kiki brought up a great question. Have you reviewed this with the police department, since they're the ones that have to go out and talk about the duck
We did send
stuff?
this to the police department.
Okay.
I have received no quackers from them.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, shall we mercifully end this?
Any other questions, comments? Looking for a motion.
I would move to dispense with the rule and read Council Bill 24-1011 once by title only.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Evans?
Yes.
Miller?
Aye.
Gookin?
Yep.
English?
Yes.
Wood?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a quick break?
Well, let's have
I got to finish this motion, right?
Oh.
To adopt
For
council
the
bill.
financial,
Or the-
yeah.
I need a motion for,
Sir, if we could have the clerk read the title.
what's that?
Council Bill 24-1011, an ordinance providing for the amendment of Section 6.15.10 entitled Domestic Livestock and Fowl, and 6.15.120 entitled Care and Quartering of Animals of the Coeur d'Alene Municipal Code, providing for the repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for the publication of a summary of the ordinance, and providing for an effective date thereof.
Roll call?
Oh, no, we're good. We need to adopt Council Bill, motion to adopt Council Bill 24-1011.
Second.
Stan. Discussion. Roll call.
Evans?
Yes.
Miller?
Aye.
Gookin?
Yep.
English?
Yes.
Wood?
Yes.
Can we take
Now.
7 minutes, okay?
7 minutes.
7-minute break.
Thank you.
And Katie's like, I'm so.
So close.
Thanks, you guys, for letting me have a little breather there. Not. We're moving on to the next public hearing, and Katie, our finance director, is going to tell us a story.
All right. Thank you, council members. Mayor McEvers, we are going to talk more about budget. We've had a number of conversations regarding budget over the summer in my short tenure at the city, and we're just sort of going to do a capstone, and I'm going to present the budget changes from what was presented in the preliminary budget. And I know that not everyone could make it, and not everyone who's interested in the budget could make it to all of our workshops. So I will go over a number of concepts that you all are familiar with. But I just want to make sure that we get the story out there to the public as far as why I am recommending a tax increase. So really quickly here, I have a great picture. This is one that makes me proud to work in the City of Excellence. This was this morning at school drop-off. We have our awesome public safety employees making sure kids were making it across the street safely. So now jumping into, we're going to talk about revenues, our general revenue sources, just an overhead, and we will spend quite a bit of talk on property taxes, because that is what council is tasked with in order to change or not change our property taxes. We'll talk about our growth and how that some changes over the years have affected our revenues that come from growth, as well as property tax impacts for a sampling of residents with the proposed changes. For expenditures, we're going to go over a quick summary. In our workshops, we went department by department, really did a deep dive into the changes in expenditures. So we'll look at an overview. And then just moving forward, as far as a balanced budget, the city is currently in a deficit spending situation. And so the recommendations fit within moving the city out of that situation. And then just, focusing on what that ongoing deficit is and how to take that on over the next few years. Our operational revenues in the general fund made up the majority, the largest the largest revenue source are property taxes. And the second largest is going to be our intergovernmental receipts. That would be mainly here federal grants and then some state payments that come into the fund, the general fund. So we spend a lot of time talking about property taxes, once again, because that is what that is what council decides to make changes or not to during budget season. And if you like to look at the listed numbers, here's the same information that was presented in that pie chart on the last slide. All right, so growth in our taxes over the past, I guess prior to COVID, growth really did pay for the growth of the city and the additional costs to support that growth. And a couple of factors are at play here as far as why we are no longer receiving enough funds from growth in order to support that growth. One major factor here is that we are limited to what we can levy based on that new growth using our levy rate. And so as property values have gone up, as we all know, with our tax bills, our assessed values are going up. Citywide, the assessed values go up, that drives down the tax rate. And with that reduction in tax rate, we apply that reduced tax rate against our new growth numbers, and we receive less in that new growth revenue. And additionally, the legislature has imposed a 90% cap, or we call it the haircut. We can only apply that preliminary levy rate to 90% of the value. So 90% of all the new growth is the only growth that we can capture new revenues from. To demonstrate this, we'll take a year, FY20, we had $84 million in new growth in the city. That generated $400,000. This year, we have just a smidge higher in new growth revenues, $85.7 million. We are only receiving $183,000 So that is really telling, less than half of what we would have received when those levy rates were higher. So this is the way the formula works. We have growth just like we'd seen in FY20, but we're not going to be able to have those revenues in order to support that new growth. This chart, I think, shows the change really well. So this shows levy revenues from new construction and full valuation of new growth. And you see this relationship is very close for a number of years. We did have a dip in growth. However, the growth did rebound. The revenues did not. So the separation between, this is where the 90% limitation was imposed. And we also had the dropping levy rate. That was a factor to these, the drop in these revenues that the city would have normally received. So I wanted to just sort of show when we're receiving $85 million in new construction in our city, we are receiving $184,000, as the previous slide showed. We need to serve this growth. $85 million is going to be a lot as far as commercial properties, residences, apartments, and $184,000 does not go a very long way when you're looking at the cost of a public safety staff. That would probably be less than 2 FTEs in public safety staff, not to mention streets. We have the cost to recruit in our changing economy. As there's growth, our economy is changing, and then so many more, parks, our planning department. We've got a lot to support with the growth in our city. And this really sums up basically with these limitations over the past 5 years or so, post-COVID, 4 years or so, $1.7 million in revenue from new growth that we would have had available without these factors, the city has not been able to access. And so it was more of a, the budget was in this natural state of the growth comes in, the revenues come into the formula, and council did not have any need to increase taxes beyond that. That's not the case anymore. So we're looking at a deficit, and this is the by far largest reason as to why the city is looking at a deficit. So the proposed solution is to take the 3% increase in the levy, and I'm also recommending 1% of foregone taxes to make up for the number of years that we have lost this revenue that would have otherwise been available to the city. We want to know how this is going to impact our taxpayers in Coeur d'Alene. One thing to really, I hope the biggest takeaway is when you're looking at a percent increase for taxes, that does not have a correlation with the final tax charge that you receive from the county. There are so many different factors at play, and property taxes are based on the individual taxpayer's valuation as well as growth in the market. I think I mentioned at the last meeting, income taxes, we all sort of get the concept. There's the, tables and rates, and you make a certain amount of money, and you have a feeling about how much you'd be paying in income taxes. Property taxes do not have that same setup. Your property taxes are not only based on your home's valuation, but it's also based on the valuation of the city as a whole and the changes that are made throughout the city. New construction keeps our taxes relatively flat. So even though we're not capturing that new revenue from new construction, that new construction is adding to the overall tax base to spread the burden of the property taxes. Here is an example of a residential property. The current valuation for the new tax year is here. This is after the homeowner's exemption, so I know that this doesn't really represent an average home in our area, but if you add the homeowner's exemption, it's kind of closer to that. The annual taxes last year, the whole year tax bill for this home was $915. With this projection, we would seeing, and of course this is a projection because we don't have final values for the county or for our city yet. The projection is looking to be just a very slight savings of 80 cents a year. That's really, I call that flat, of course, for this taxpayer. The next one is a higher value home, and it's possible that this home either increased or wasn't quite trending with the market, and so this home would see a $9.30 per month increase. A couple more, we would see $2.42 per month savings, and that is likely because this property had a decrease in assessed value. So as you can see, very variable changes for a sampling of taxpayers. A rental property would also, this rental property would see $8.85 per month in their mortgage escrow payment. We look at commercial properties, and this property valued at $1.86 million would see a $206.40 annual cost increase. I didn't run the by-month numbers for the commercial. Most of us think of residential as our monthly mortgage, but this is an annual cost. And then a couple more properties, looking a little higher for this commercial property, 2.2 million. And commercial is seeing, I think, as a whole, more assessed value increases compared to residential, and that's evening out a trend we saw for the past couple years. We saw that residential homes were increasing in assessed value more so as a comparison, like a percent comparison to commercial properties. So we're seeing that those commercial properties are bearing the changes a little bit more.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question on that? Katie, when you look at this, and it might be anecdotal, I don't know if there's any data, but we look at the increase for commercial properties on the cost if there's an increase in our levy. But some of those commercial properties, we're talking about big box stores, we're talking, you know, something maybe massive operation. And so then you really have to do an assessment on what kind of resources are we providing all the time?
Right.
Whether it's our police and fire, or our code enforcement, or our streets. And I don't know if we have captured that data ever, but when we talk about an increase to them, they also take the majority of the resources.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is not confidential information. It's on the county website, but this last one is Fred Meyer. So you think of a big box store like that and how many, you know, services that are received, not to pick on Fred Meyer. I think any business
I
of
love
that
them. I
size.
shop
Yeah,
there.
right. But yeah, so an additional $2,500 annual cost. I'm not familiar with their budget, but I would hope that this is not going to be a huge impact for a store like Fred Meyer. Okay, any other questions as far as property tax comparisons?
I
Yeah.
have one for you, Katie. So do they, when you talk about values, it's assessed. Do they assess commercial the same as they assess privates? I mean, is it, you know, you only got so many people, you can only do so many assessments. Do they focus on one and then the other, or is it,
Yeah.
how do you compare commercials?
I'm not 100% certain on the process that the county takes, but I know that I believe there's code, especially around residential. I'm a little more familiar with that, but it has to do with sales in the area, and that's how the valuations change. So
The commercial's not necessarily like that.
it may be. I just don't want to say for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, so we're going to talk about expenditures very quickly here after we've spent a lot of time going department by department. This is an overview of the types of expenditures, and I like to get a number of years comparison. Wages and benefits, of course, is always going to be our largest cost. We are a service organization. We do run into capital projects that can vary quite a bit from year to year, just based on if we're working on renovations or some of those larger streets projects. Supplies and services, one of the, a couple of those, for example, our liability insurance has increased, and so that would fit into that category. In the grand scheme of things, the big changes would be to our wages and benefits. And so digging into wages and benefits a little bit more, what is causing that increase? It's an overall 3% increase in salaries and benefit expenditures. We discussed earlier the ratification of the fire department. And our police department, that is a prior agreement of 2.5% cost of living increase. Lake City Employees Association, 3%. All other staff that do not fit within those categories will receive a 3% cost of living increase in the next fiscal year. And our health benefits, which of course is our largest benefit category, is seeing a 3% increase, so that really tracks with an overall 3% increase. FTE changes in this budget. We have 3 new FTEs in our police force, and those 3 are paid by grants. We have 1 FTE in municipal services. That's the operations technician, and that is to support our utilities, and so that position would be supported by transfers in from our utility programs. If we were not to add this FTE, we would not be eligible to make those transfers in. And so 3.1 million increase in non-personnel costs in the general fund. And of course, as I mentioned before, that has to do with year-to-year projects that we're working on. We have our ARPA funds, which are very helpful in some of those one-time costs to make sure that we are keeping up with our buildings and making sure they can support what our departments do. And coming into the recommendations, so these are the changes from the preliminary budget. In the rationale, I do recommend a couple changes from the expenditure side on the preliminary budget. And my rationale is that we're in a pretty significant deficit, and in times of deficit spending, I do not recommend adding FTEs unless you can fund them through grants or reorganization. This is a great example for our, oh my gosh, I'm gonna forget the title of the position we had just discussed. We have a contracted service ending, and so we add an FTE. That's sort of my rationale of things that make me feel okay when we're operating within a deficit, because we don't want to increase that. The first one for revenues is to take the additional 1% of foregone. I know that the city of Post Falls is recommending that as well. We're all in the same boat as far as the changes from those new construction revenues being inaccessible for a number of years and getting us really behind on keeping up with those new costs. And the suggested cuts would be the IT coordinator request from police department, going back to the rationale before, and then cut the sign-on bonus line item. It's my understanding that that was not spent in a number of years, and so I think if we honor the sign-on bonuses that were promised already, it would help the budget out a bit to cut those. So, and as far as with these changes, our deficit for the city ongoing would be $2 million. And this is a report I showed. I've updated the numbers here. We're taking our revenues, we're subtracting out one-time sources, we're taking our expenditures, we're subtracting out one-time sources there, and we come down to our ongoing deficit of $2 million. So with the assumption, this is with the 4% property tax increase and the recommendations I made for those cuts from the preliminary budget. And, preaching to the choir, we, I think it's a turning point for the city in my mind to look at closing that deficit and not relying on savings every year to hope to keep afloat. I think if we're appropriating positions, directors expect to be able to fill those, so that's the basis of my recommendations. So, leaving open for any other questions from me. For me.
Oh, sorry. Those and Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have quite a few comments. I'll try to maybe pause in between and give other people an opportunity. Katie, first of all, you do great work. I'm so glad we hired you. You're very, very detailed, and you do a nice presentation.
Thank you.
That's the sugar sandwich. Now I'm going to dig into so I just wanted, mostly probably the administration, you and the administration, Troy, take you back to our budget meeting in June. And during that budget meeting, we talked about, you included in the packet, the goals, the 2024 goals. And this council had given all of that information to you in writing prior to the meeting. So those goals were continue funding public safety appropriately with necessary equipment and personnel, ensure sufficient funds for maintenance of our city streets, which I think we've done, provide funding for adequate software and hardware to ensure the security of IT operations. All good goals. I think council actually gave a little more information than that, but those three are fine. So as we move forward, I look in the budget and I see that half of that is very much happening. Our fire department came forward with a new program this year, which I fully support. I want to be clear, I fully support. And it's for $97,000 for a 6 months ARU, I think is what it's called. And so we're funding that, and we should be. I'm in favor of it. But at the same time, we're cutting $80,000 from the police budget for sign-on bonuses. And the IT position that both police and fire would share, which I think is critical, just to their daily duties. It's such an emergency to not have access to their mobile data terminals. So for me, I'm ready and willing to move forward on even a 4%, because I fully understand the levy is so low. We've went years without taking any tax increases. I guess what we've been put upon us by the legislator with our inability to capture new growth, and every city and county is dealing with this. And we're back to talking about legislators that don't really pay attention to what our needs are. But I'm ready to move forward with that, but I've been very clear in every meeting that since we started these budget discussions that I want to prioritize public safety. Certainly in a time of a budget deficit, we have to prioritize public safety. And I will support those things, but I want to hear a little more. I want to ask Captain Hager's back here. I want to ask him about the $80,000, and I want to ask him about the IT position. So can I have him come up, Mr. Mayor? Captain Hager, would you do that for me?
Sure.
You still awake?
I'm still awake.
Good for you.
So the 80,000, we were fully staffed up until about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we had an officer that is not going to be able to recover from an injury, and he resigned.
Oh.
We have a retirement that I would expect by the end of October, and we have another officer that is in the final stages with an agency in the state to our west for higher wages, and so we expect to be down 3 folks. That being said, even if we don't get the full 80,000, if we could possibly keep that 40,000. One of the issues that we have is we have an academy that starts in August, and we have to have all the hiring and paperwork done by July so they can start the August academy. It's the post standards. The next academy starts 4 weeks after that in January. So if we don't have all their stuff done by December 15th, we can't get them started in January. Then we have to wait all the way till the next August. And so we kind of go with entry-level people and lateral people as we move on, and so it helps us with that. Something that I looked at today, just making sure I knew all the numbers in my head, and part of our budget that was submitted before our fire included, I believe it's $19,440 for a motor program, which I saw those being picked up by a crane, and I couldn't tell that they were motorcycles anymore. And at this point in time, it doesn't make sense to rejuvenate that program. And so I would say that we could put that money back to council's discretion, what we could do, because we're not going to continue with the motor program. We have other needs that take priority over that. You'd also ask about the IT position. You know, you had talked about mobile data terminals. Everybody in the city has greater IT needs over the years. Everything we do, I think even Councilmember Miller's, that changing this to digital and those types of things to come up with what they're doing. We have a great relationship with the downtown IT people, but at the end of the day, if we only have the capacity to make 60 widgets a day and we need 80 widgets made across the group, doesn't matter how well they work together, there's just not enough hours in the day. And it's something that we've been asking for and talking about for several years, with that IT position, helping service the fire department and even the backside of our systems, helping program those spillman systems and other things. And with our Viper system, which has all of our body worn camera and our camera information, we need some updates to that. And that, I think the city did a great job with the homegrown system. Those people aren't here anymore, and finding the people with the skills to work on that. Again, we're all working together great. We just don't have some of those skill sets that we need there. So I would encourage the support for that. But at the end of the day, you're the budgetary fiducials for our money. So does that answer?
It does, and I appreciate you bringing up the motor program, because I did have a question on that, and they burned up, they're gone, which was very sad. But that does free up some money, and so I would just mention to council that that was an ongoing line item, And that could be allocated for the IT position, which again, I think is critical for police and fire to have their mobile data terminals and their computers, even in the office. It's critical to have that up and running. So,
Could I
yeah, go ahead.
clarify on that, the motor program, and you said about, I mean, the melted carcasses, are we talking about motorcycles or the e-bikes?
Sorry, no, the motorcycles.
They run too.
So we had a lease agreement with Harley Davidson, and we had a very, very generous lease agreement. I think they used some tax deductions and things, and we used the insurance money to pay off those motorcycles. But the rates have increased over the years. There's safety issues for the officers on the motorcycles, and just balancing what it does for us versus the costs and the liability. It really doesn't make sense to come back to you and say, we want to reinvigorate this motorcycle
And
program.
how many was it?
We had a total of 4 that were leased. And again, you have the motorcycle, then all the equipment that goes on them, so it's not just the price of a motorcycle, they can become quite expensive. And we'd have to come in with probably close to $75,000 request to start that, and it doesn't make sense to us to even bring to you.
Okay, thanks.
So just doing a little bit of math, council, to fund that IT position, we would need to find $52,000. Now, again, I don't want to see a huge cut to the bonus pay, because they need to keep hiring and they're in a competitive market. And last year, we went all through this about how important it was to make them competitive. So why would we go back on that this year? Now, Katie had a good point. They didn't use all the money, and Captain Hager saying maybe you could survive with half
the
of it.
baby, yeah.
So I could be okay with that. I think it's great that you're trying to work and do your part for the police department to spread out some of the money. But for me to support a 1% of foregone, it's going to have to be focused, some of it, on public safety.
Captain Hager, I have a couple questions for you. Of the 3 people you lost, how close were any of those in the sign-on bonus?
We actually lost somebody that was in the sign-on bonus 2 weeks ago, but what had happened with that, there had been a family member pass. They'd come from a city a little bit further north of us, had a family member pass, and they inherited an entire house and property. And they were able to sell their house here and move up. Was doing great, enjoyed working here, but financially for them didn't make sense. And it was within about a month after they had reached the second goal post for that, $5,000 up front and $5,000 when they complete probation. So that outside of the family event, I believe that we would have kept them. They were doing great here and we're having a great time, but I don't think I could give up taking a house that was open, free, and with a lot of property, so.
No, that makes sense. Renata, could you address the tech side that is the issue? Because it's kind of your department. How does
Sure.
it fit?
Sure.
Are we
So-
letting these guys slide on
Well, I think
fire and
that what
police?
Hagar was saying is that, we have more need than we have bodies, and that's citywide. It's not just police. And so if we had the more IT techs on the city side, we're serving, we have 2 IT techs for 400 employees. The police department has 200 techs for 100 employees. I mean, we're a bit lopsided. We have one position that's been in the budget for 2 years, and we've not been able to fill it due to budgetary constraints.
Did you say
So-
200?
Yeah.
200 techs?
No, we have 2 techs,
Okay,
and
thank
they're
you.
managing 100 employees.
I
And
heard
we
the
have,
same thing.
sorry, we have 2 techs
Slip of the
in the
tongue, yeah.
main IT managing 400 employees. And
Wait,
all the
does that
peripheral
400
equipment.
include the 100 at PD too?
Right, and all the peripheral equipment. So if we had more staff in a centralized IT system, we could help them more. So of course, we're seeing this need for other departments to hire their own because we can't service them in our centralized system. We don't have enough resources. And we are growing, we are becoming more technological. We are looking at the future of having it be its own department. But the affordability just isn't there. But we have a need citywide, it's a hard solution,
Can I ask a follow-up,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Renata, I think part of the issue too, correct me if I'm wrong, is the people, you need to be specialized in a certain area. Certainly if it's going to be their mobile data terminals and their systems that they use, you have to be specialized in that. And so I think that's what police and fire, why they're so interested in getting just one and share it, because they're in crisis often, and it's an emergency situation. And I just don't think as council that we can ignore that.
No, but I think our IT staff does have the capability to do it as well. I mean, it is specialized, but we're all cross-trained. I mean, when their guys are off on a certain day or a holiday or they're sick, they call our guys to come in and help, and they are still capable of doing that.
Yeah, you don't have enough guys.
I don't have enough bodies. Guys or gals. I don't got enough bodies.
Right.
Right. Does that help, Woody?
Ames?
I have a question on the sign-on bonuses. Katie, I think maybe, or whomever, it was mentioned that we have not utilized the full 80,000 for the last few years. Can you share how much you have used?
I think we've only had it for 2 years.
2 years?
That I
I
recall.
have it right
and
here.
I defer to Katie because I don't know exactly
Yep.
where people are in the process.
You're right, the last 2 years.
So, the actual in 2023 was $20,000. In 2024, for 6 months was $10,000. And so, yeah, I think, just not being utilized as much as the line item is the real question here, so.
And some of that, the second half hits about 18 months later, and based on the years and just off the top of my head, I believe that we have 4 or 5, I'd have to go back and figure out exactly when they are hired, that are set to get their second half. So that would be $20,000 or $25,000 out of that is part of that second half.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to point out too, on the motorcycle program for FY '25, we budgeted 19,440. So there would be a difference, although that savings would definitely offset some of that cost, so.
Thank you.
So are you saying, let me understand, so we're saying if he keeps the 40 for the sign-on bonus, he's giving up 40, keeping 40, and you're saving 19, does it balance out, or is it close to what you originally were hoping for?
I think the difference between the motorcycle line item and the IT was about 61,000. And then if we're giving up the 40, we're close, I think, right? I don't do math standing up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have a lot of other strengths, but not that much.
And it's late.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Kiki?
Just 2 quick things, and it seems like in all our budget workshops, we were talking about what the urban renewal funding that we hadn't received, how that's affecting us having to go into a $2 million deficit, but that isn't in this plan. I mean, it isn't talked about here.
No, it's not talked about here because that district is closed, the legislation. So, yeah, we left
It's
over
done.
$1 million on the table that we had anticipated as we were doing those hiring and growing public safety. So just a quick comment is, adding an IT person would be great, but we're still talking about a $2 million deficit on cash flow into the general fund. And public safety is by far and away the #1 recipient of why the increase is being experienced by the city.
I just wanted to have that be part of the conversation, that it is a additional compounding problem. But I don't think we have any other choices here unless somebody's got something super creative than looking at taking these tax increases. But have there been discussions about other reorganization plans within the departments? Do you have a snapshot of what's going to happen in the next year? Because if what we're doing now stays the same, we're going to be $4 million in debt.
I feel like it would be helpful to look at the scale by department and the reorganizations for many of the departments in the city, just because the size of the departments aren't going to yield much savings. And so I think that that's definitely going to be the work that the city is up against, looking at where we can save anywhere we can. So that will just be pretty difficult. And I think obviously the least or the worst solution is to continue to raise taxes. However, I think that taxes play a huge part with the growth of our city. Serving, keeping our keeping our growth safe, and being able to keep up with just, this, I think, so much more going on with the growth. I think that increase in taxes will play a part, but also reorganizations can definitely do that, and that's going to be a lot of work we'll be up against, so.
Yep, I just think my takeaway is that even if we take the maximum allowed, we aren't going to get there from here. So we've got a lot more work to do.
Yes, exactly.
Christie.
I'll make a motion if we're ready for that.
Okay.
So my motion is to approve Resolution 24072, certifying the amount of foregone increase to be budget, wait a minute, am I on the wrong one?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. For fiscal year 24-25, specifically the amount,
Mr.
no,
Mayor.
that's the foregone. That's not the
This is
first.
a public hearing, so we
Oh,
need to
I'm
open
sorry.
up.
See how we are?
What is it?
How we
Mike?
are.
Oh, it
The
must be
later
coffee
it
time.
goes.
Thanks, you're supposed to save me.
And I'm gonna start on the right one here.
Okay.
So have you closed the hearing?
No, we
No,
have
we
to
have to
open the
open
hearing.
it. Sorry.
And it's not on here.
Sorry, you guys.
It's not on here, so it's, don't blame
Okay,
yourself.
so we need to, let's see, we're gonna open up, we have had questions. Okay, we're gonna open the public hearing, and I have, 3 people that would like to testify.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, it was my fault. Mike Gridley, are you still here?
Need to swear.
All right, well, Mike is in favor and wanted to testify, but he fell asleep, I think. Okay. Let's see, this is another one I can't read. Help me, sorry. Looks like the
You
same
know, I
person.
think that's Susie Snedeker. I mean, it was the same kind of.
Okay. Oh, okay, so Susie.
She's gone.
Suzanne.
Well, Suzanne, you're at the end here.
I am.
Okay, Susie Snedeker is neutral, and she wanted to speak, but it's getting late.
She did speak.
Suzanne, welcome.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Knutson, and I live in Coeur d'Alene. I'm also neutral. I think this is a big task, and I mean, I know what it's like to do our little family budget at home, and this is way bigger than that. And so I do appreciate all the work that it's gone into it. And unlike Susie, I have not gone through the financial plan line by line, but I do have a copy that I picked up at City Hall today. As most of you already know, adults with disabilities are a major concern to me, and I know that they are to you as well. And I wanted to thank the Bike and Pedestrian Committee for the wheelchair awareness event that was on August 16th. It was a great event, and it was well attended. And some great conversations have been started because of that. But tonight, because of it, this is the budget public hearing, I wanted to address something that was concerning to me that I saw in the budget. And today, I just looked for the things that were the most important to me that I think are kind of dire, that may get overlooked. And oftentimes, adults with disabilities, along with the senior citizens in our community, utilize a partner program that is both that is funded by the federal government and our community together, and it's called Meals on Wheels. It's been around for about 70 years, and Hayden and Rathdrum do not have a Meals on Wheels program. Coeur d'Alene does. Post Falls kind of has been on the chopping block a little bit as of late, and I'm not sure where it's ended up. But about 35% of the cost of Meals on Wheels is supported by the Federal Older Americans Act and Medicaid, and then the USDA. And then other funding comes from city government and also individual donations. And I think that there could be more individuals, maybe churches, that would participate in something like that. But the city of Coeur d'Alene has allocated $10,000, and it's from community block grant funds. And $10,000 isn't enough. our Sons of Norway group, it's pretty small, but we just voted to offer $300 to that Meals on Wheels program, and that's not enough. But I know that there's over 2 million Americans, older Americans, that receive Meals on Wheels, but it's probably closer to, I don't know what the percentages of people that are elderly, that live below poverty, that need this program. And I do think that we have an amazing center. The Lake City Center is an amazing center, and they have people that drive the meals out to the people who are participating in this program. They take it out there. And the people who are, a lot of the people who are on this program, they rely on those meals because the city bus doesn't go past all of the food banks that we have in our community, and I've spoke to that before. So I would like to see further support for our senior citizens in our community, and one way that we could do that is through Meals on Wheels, and not just community block grant money, but also part of the budget. Thank you.
Can I ask a question
Thank
on
you.
that, Mr. Mayor? Can I
Suzanne,
ask a
you bet.
question? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I ask, Troy, I could be wrong about this, but my understanding is we can't fund a 501c3 with our general fund. And that's why we use federal block grants.
It's probably a legal question, but we have typically not gone into that world because there's a lot of nonprofits that would like to have money to help them go. So we have creatively come up with a community development block grant. You see that. We've done appliances for them on other things over the years. So we really appreciate that partnership.
Thank you, Suzanne. We hear you. We don't disagree with you, but it's just, I guess, not quite comfortable using taxpayer funds locally to fund 501c3s. But I'm not calling you back up. I'm not allowed to. I'm sorry.
You're right, it's in the Idaho
Let
Constitution.
me make a little comment, interesting thought, because we were $5,000 forever until Mr. English came along. And I've been on that board for a while, so I've learned a few things. I think the biggest thing that I can recommend is that when the city gives them 10,000 and the county gives them 2,500, we could disperse it around a little bit more storytelling, a little bit more communication on how this is done. Most of those drivers don't even charge for the gas, and they're allowed to be paid for the gas. So they're also now working the food banks and saving a lot of money working on that, on their volunteers and things. But we do service Rathdrum and Hayden from Coeur d'Alene. We're the big guys, and we send it out, and it's real hard to say no, because AAA says, well, this is all the money we're giving you, and then we have 12 people on the waiting list. No, we're going to feed them. We'll figure out the money. And that's the spirit of what that whole, it's called home delivered meals now, because Meals on Wheels, somebody bought the corporate world and they're getting all our money. So, but yeah, it's important. You go for a ride sometime, do a ride along, it'll blow your mind. You will see a world that, and you're already obviously aware of it, but it's a very moving thing, and it makes you appreciate what we do, But that's my world. Mr. English.
I'm not aware of anything, that would prohibit us from giving to nonprofits. Is there something, the other thing that?
The law is that public money must be used for predominantly public purpose. And although you can say that a 501c3 corporation is providing a public service, it is still a private entity. And there are a lot, as Troy mentioned, a lot of private entities. So it would be difficult to be fair and give to every 501c3
No, you couldn't do that, but I will say, and maybe it's again a flaw in our state legislature, but most states around the country actually provide social service programs. Government does provide that in a whole lot of places, and but
And that's the
Anyway.
difference between states and local
Yeah.
governments.
Not here. They
Local
don't even
governments are
give kids
hamstrung.
hot meals here.
Well,
All right,
I
can we,
know.
can we
Sorry.
come back around here, you guys?
Sorry.
I mean, it was a good discussion, but
Yeah.
we're
What are we
moving.
gonna do here?
Are we done with the public hearing
Yeah,
almost?
I think we are.
Close the public
I'm
hearing.
going to close the public hearing.
Okay.
You hanging in there, Joe? Okay.
I'll make a stab at a motion then. I would motion to approve resolution number 24072, certifying the amount of foregone increase to be budgeted for fiscal year 2024, 2025, specifically in the amount, I feel like I skipped ahead.
You did.
Okay. All right.
We need to approve Council Bill
All right.
2412 by dispensing with the rule first.
I make a motion to approve the annual appropriations for fiscal year 24-25, use of 1% foregone taxes, but we dispense with the rule first. Did I do that right?
Just-
Dispense with the rule, please,
Dispense with the rule and read Council Bill by title.
and
only.
read Council Bill number 241012 once by title only.
Correct.
Need a second?
And then-
Second.
and then
Thank
your
you.
motion that you wrote.
Been moved and seconded to read Council Bill 241012 by title only. You're good,
Roll
Joe?
call.
Roll call, sorry.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Bookin,
Yep.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Could you read
Okay.
the title, please?
Council Bill 24-1012, an ordinance entitled the Annual Appropriation Ordinance for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, appropriating the sum of $139,277,240 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the City of Coeur for said year, levying a sufficient tax upon the taxable property within said city for general revenue purposes, for which such appropriation is made, levying special taxes upon the taxable property with said city for special revenue purposes within the city limits of said city of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, providing for severability and providing for an effective date hereof.
Motion?
Okay, so if I make this motion, wouldn't I include my motion?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna make a motion to adopt Council Bill 241012 with the amended changes. That this overall budget, which I'll get to the foregone, would include funding the police and fire IT position, using the savings from the motor program, and also allocate 1/2 of the funds for the bonus pay to stay in place.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Dan?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, this is a problem. I mean, normally I don't ever take increase in property taxes. I don't vote for them. But our legislature has set us up to the point where cities across Idaho have to take an increase. It's an increase in the budget, to be used proper terms. Cities across Idaho have to take an increase in their budget. All of them, because what the legislature did to us. And I looked at several cities in southern Idaho. Post Falls is taking an increase. Hayden always takes their increase. Post Falls took 3% plus 1% of foregone, and it passed unanimously, which is amazing because they have a very conservative council. I think Eagle, Nampa, other cities all have taken either 3% or the full 4%. Given what the legislature does, I could vote for an increase. I can't vote for 4%. I think that's too high. I also object to giving council raises when we're taking 4%. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that's bad optics for us. And I further believe that that's not really what the code implies. I think Idaho code states that there must be an ordinance passed stating what council is being paid, not an ordinance that says we're getting a pay increase based on a percentage. And so I think we're out of sync with what the Idaho code wants. So I will be voting against this, but I do understand the need for a property tax increase because of what the legislature has done to us, and it's really bad. I mean, we were counting on a lot of money coming in from urban renewal, which would have really eased this problem tremendously. And that was one of the considerations when we were doing the negotiations a few years ago was, oh yeah, well, we can we can afford to keep our people at pace with inflation, because we're going to get this big windfall from urban renewal, which just evaporated thanks to the legislature claiming that they were going to fix property taxes. You want to fix property taxes, you fix assessments. You know, you said before, Katie, when you gave the presentation, just because we're taking 4% and you showed it, doesn't mean that someone's tax is going to go up 4%. It's going to go up based on your valuation, which some years can jump. Mine jumped 40% one year. And so that didn't matter anything that the city of Coeur d'Alene would do. It was what my assessment jumped. That is the real solution. If the legislature wants to address it, address assessments and leave our budget alone. That we can't take all of new growth means new growth doesn't pay for itself. And I know that would just be a slim amount, but it's still significant. It's money that would come to us. Growth should pay for itself. And that levy rate calculation you have to go through that's circular, they need to get rid of that too. So there's things they could do to help us. They typically don't. So I fully understand why you guys are doing it, but I will not be taking it for the foregone. Thank you.
Amy?
Katie, I know you don't do math in your head, and I have my handy dandy calculator here. So if we reduce the bonus to 40,000, and we offset that with the savings from the motor program, that's 20,000. 19,700 something.
Yeah, I have the number
Thank you.
recalculated. And so in speaking with Randy, if you would update the number for your motion, we'd
Thank
be
you.
all good.
Yeah, that
So,
was.
if you want to write it down real quick, I'll give you the number.
Update the number for my motion?
Yeah, so,
For
'cause I,
the next motion.
okay, never mind.
Oh, okay.
But may I finish, Mayor?
Yes.
So, and then the savings is offset by the moto program. But then we have the expense of the IT position, which I didn't jot down, but by memory it was 61,000.
Yeah, so the total of the two, because we struck the line item for the bonuses, so we're adding 40,000 to do half of the 80,000. The total is $101,903 of addition to the overall appropriation amount.
Is that including the savings from the motorcycles?
Yes, so the position was,
I think the
think
motorcycle
80,
was
81
already in the
something.
budget.
Okay.
yeah, 81 something, and then
Oh.
less the motorcycle savings.
Got it. Thank you. I had it as 61. There's my difference right there.
Yeah,
so.
61,903 is the addition, is the net addition for that position if you apply the savings. And then 40,000 is added to make it $101,903.
Thank you. I'm with you now.
Dan?
Well, just in the discussion of urban renewal and districts and looking ahead, you know, if I knew back then what I know now about, I mean, with the health corridor and the hospital, I think that that's something that we really ought to take a hard look. Is that something that, I mean, in terms of, you know, do we really want to let that district keep going like that? Or is that something maybe we should pull back in? I mean, if we got to cut some corners. So that won't, you know, help this exact thing, but I think it's something that we should be taking a look at.
Could you ask that, Mr. Mayor? Could you ask that question the next meeting for urban renewal, just to get us some numbers?
Sure.
Well, it's been somewhat non-productive, hasn't
Right,
it?
they haven't really done anything.
There's no money there.
And they're buying property that even if it was pulled out,
Right.
there was no taxes on it because they're nonprofit,
Right.
right? But the potential, you're looking down the
Yeah,
road.
but my thought is, you know, yeah, is that a district that we really want to maintain? I mean, or should we just, I don't know, but that's something, if we could recoup something from that, I'm not sure. So, they were supposed to do payment in lieu of taxes, and
Oh, wow.
they haven't, so.
Go ahead, Ames.
I'll just add another statement that I'm really struggling. I know, Christy, where you're going, and I, of course, support public safety, and the track record shows it. I'm really struggling adding this position right now, given the deficit we're in, and adding more expenses to our budget. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm really stuck there because just being fiscally, I mean, we're in a corner, right? And we know that, and Dan, you worded it perfectly with how the legislature's, their lack of help, I guess is how I'll say
They
it.
hosed us. That was-
We are,
So-
if I can respond, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, are you done?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, we're in a position where we have to prioritize very, very much. And like I said, we got it half right. We prioritized 800 for the fire department for the ARU, which I 100% support. So we got it half right, prioritizing in this budget. But we didn't prioritize the IT position for police and fire. And so for $101,903, I think that we can assure our citizens that police and fire are going to have the tools they need to respond in an emergency. I don't think it's a deal breaker in this large of a budget.
Kiki?
One quick question, this might be for Renata. If by chance, I'm a little bit with Amy on this in that we're going against our finance director's recommendations, which said don't add positions right now, reorganize where you can. And we have a lot of work to do in the next year to try to find the daylight with a $2 million deficit. But what my question is, if by chance this passes, is there any benefit to city IT department manpower-wise to have police and fire have their own IT?
Well, I don't think it would assist the general fund staff. You know, it would be focused on fire and police, and currently the staff that they have in fire and police don't bridge over and cross-train into general fund staff assistants. And I know they don't have time, they are working on their own things. We have a position that we've wanted to fill for IT for 2 years, and we don't have that filled either. So, you know, we have a need across the board.
Well, that makes sense. And I will say that I don't recall a time that we haven't voted yes to fund public safety. I just don't recall it. I think that, you know, where we're at right now is, you're right, it's $100,000 here or there or whatever, but it's also in our two highest funded and, you know, personnel required departments. And so when we're looking at the big picture, we need to be fair, and I'm not sure that it isn't something we can hold off on without, you know, horribly detrimental effects. If we already have IT people there, can we get through this next round of how we're going to tackle this large deficit without adding more to it? So,
Mr. Mayor, can I respond?
Of course.
Kiki, with all due respect, I think we heard from our police chief back in the budget meeting, and I asked the fire chief the same question. These are critical operations, and they end up going without. Nothing against Renata's department. They got their hands full with the entire city. So if we're not willing to fund critical operations, then why would we take foregone? I've said all along, if we're going to take foregone, it should be to prioritize, and it be for public safety. That is the priority.
So we have a motion on the floor.
I think the motion needs to be restated with the correct number.
Okay.
Which
Thank you.
part of the motion? Because
Just the number.
that took me.
It's the second motion to adopt Council Bill 24-012, approving the annual appropriations.
Press your mic, please.
I thought I was. Thank you, God.
You-
Which
you dozed
section?
off. What time?
So Council Bill 24-1012, approving the annual appropriation for fiscal year 24-25 and the use of 1% foregone taxes for maintenance on operations in the amount of, and Katie will give you the number.
101,903?
So that's the addition.
That's the
Oh, yeah.
addition?
So the total number would be $379,143.
So moved.
Close enough.
So we can start this motion over again?
No, I just did.
So you've amended it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Dan's
I'll
still
second.
good, second. Chris,
I'm not
Dan.
gonna vote on it, but I'll second it.
All right. Any more discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Gookin,
No.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Motion
Ka-ching.
carried. Resolution 24072. Anybody want to jump on that?
What, if someone could explain what it is this actually does, because I don't remember, we haven't taken
We
foregone
haven't done it.
100
This is a
years.
requirement of state statute, and Finance Department has talked to the State Tax Commission, got two different answers. The most recent answer, the highest answer was that we need to do a resolution if we're going to use the 1%. That resolution is then turned over to the county.
I better make that
Let's
motion.
be safe.
I can read it if you want me
Okay.
to. So I'll move to approve a resolution 24072 certifying the amount of foregone increase to be budgeted for fiscal year 24-25, specifically in the amount of $809 and no dollars. It was written out, so it was weird. Pursuant to Idaho Code 63802(1)E for maintenance and operations.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Why'd they write it out? That's weird.
Hearing none. Roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Gookin,
No.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Passes. Are we done yet?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, thank you. Looking for a second. Don't hold back.
Second.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you, folks.